What up, guys? We are live. Just give me 1 second to switch to the correct scene. Beautiful. Alright. So, forewarning, I'm gonna be a bit more low-key than usual tonight. I'm not feeling very well. So don't expect much in the way of voices, etc., as I am just simply not able to do them. So I will try to be as descriptive as as possible in its place. But what's up, Ammo? What's up, Trip, Buckle, Ewok, Joey, and Lou? How are you guys doing?
Doing high.
I'm not sick, so that's good.
Yeah, well, you're better than like half of us then, I think. Give it time. Give it time.
No, I refuse.
Who would like to do a bit of recap? Volunteer?
I could do it if no one else wants to.
Sure.
So we're in the middle of fighting that, like, fallen angel, right? Would that be the best way to describe it?
Could be.
Some kind of, like, nasty-looking angel-like figurine type dude. Was pretty much getting our ass kicked, and then, Garrett's girlfriend came in and saved us. Or wife. Is it girlfriend or wife? Are you guys married, or is it kind of like one of those
Domestic partnership.
side piece?
Common law married.
It's like being in the military. If you're a paladin, and you can get those legal contracts, so you get more like housing allowance.
It was supposed to be one and done, and then you find out way later that, maybe she got knocked up, and then keeps popping up in your life since then, and it's get a little tricky since then.
She wants her alimony.
Well,
That's right. Coming for that
bitch is a
money.
goddess queen, so what am I gonna do? Here's my nickel for being a paladin.
Nah, bitch. I want that monthly massage.
Oh god, that's what she sounds like nearly exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly how she sounds.
Luke, goodbye, Smartphone.
Fuck yeah.
Just send Lou a script if Morphana shows up.
So, and then she's like, bounce out to this crazy, creepy looking tower. And we're all like, all right, because we didn't want to die. And we trekked out to this tower that had like this big hermit crab that I made friends with, kind of, under some tactical dialogue, I guess you could put it.
Schmoozing.
Yeah. So I'm like, hey, you're a hermit. I used to be a hermit. Hermit bros. Sure, we serve the same deity. Don't even remember the name of it. Oh crap, what was it?
What are you looking for?
Go
The-
something.
No.
Ergabon.
Yeah.
Ergabon, there we go.
I knew there was an U.
Something like
Yeah, it's
Eggo
the Tower of
Waffle, yeah.
Ergabon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's the sister or daughter or something of Buckle's
Sister.
cape thing.
Yes, it's the sister of Arnibus.
Okay. So we made nice with him, and he was cool. Let us chill at his place for the night. Gave us some like magical housewarming. Well, not really housewarming gifts, but just gifts. And then we were on our way out the door, and I think that's where we left off, right?
Yep, heading back along your way. And did Lou miss anything? Anything else you guys would care to add?
I
I'm
just
gonna add. Sorry.
stared
add.
at the hermit crab all night.
Yeah.
That is true.
I was just gonna say
and we
the
have a
name of the
fortress.
tower, but you got it.
Yeah, before leaving the
I
tower,
gave it
you
a
guys
hug.
got gifts.
Yeah, I gave it a hug before leaving, and we also got gifts.
So, go ahead and tell the people what you picked for your gifts.
Necklace of prayer beads.
I got some wings of flying.
Good choice.
Sending
I got-
stones. Okay, check.
Darren's instant fortress, and I named it the Manor of Moander.
Not Moander Mander. Or
Yeah, I was gonna
Moander
say
Manor.
Moander Manor.
Yeah, that might sound better.
Maybe.
Those two words together in some fashion.
I got a Nimbus 2000.
Yep. And Ewok, what did you pick? I don't remember, honestly.
The Amulet of Health.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I always do this, restarting the thing. I always open it in Chrome and then realize, oh yeah, this is shit in Chrome.
But what do you use?
Firefox for just the game.
I always use Firefox for Roll20. It seems to work a bit better.
Dynamic
Like-
lighting's pain.
It's more responsive when you're moving tokens as well.
Well, you can make Roll20 work in Google Chrome, but the best way to doing that is turning off hardware acceleration, which coincidentally breaks everything else on the internet. So, unless you feel like flipping that on and off, I just have Firefox, and the only thing I use it for is Roll20.
I've just been using Chrome, and I've never had an issue, so...
Yeah,
It comes
some
and
people
goes a
don't.
lot.
Yeah.
I was fine for a year, then all of a sudden I just got a black screen no matter what I did. So
Yeah,
I went over Firefox.
I should probably jinx myself now. It's gonna just start shitting the bed.
Yeah,
Fuck
right.
you.
Okay, so who's going to take point as you guys are traveling from this point onward? Who's guiding?
I think I would, because I'm proficient in survival. I think I was leading before.
Yeah, he has the elf eyes.
Do we have a destination, or are we just kind of wandering at this point?
We're heading up to the mountain passes to get ourselves over to the rebel camp.
Yeah, the mountain entrance is at the base of the mountain and has old elvish architecture.
Indeed, it does.
So I'll follow behind Danderfluff.
Okay. So Danderfluff, give me a perception check first, with advantage.
19.
And give me a survival check with advantage.
I'm rolling better than I was on Friday. Thank fucking Christ.
That's a pretty good roll. You know that you're definitely staying on course. You're kind of able to sort of track the movements of the sun, even behind the clouds, and that helps you know that you're moving directly on the path that you want to be on. You're 100% sure that you're moving in the right direction.
Guys, I'm pretty confident that we're going the right way.
Never would have suspected otherwise for you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that is a strange thing to even mention. I didn't even think about second guessing it.
Yeah, I kind of thought it was natural to dwarves because they're like low to the ground and they commune with it and talk to the dirt.
More
You
rocks than dirt.
Oh, okay. You want me to check the weather?
Sure.
I'm gonna check the weather with Druidcraft.
Ammo, roll a d100. Light rain.
There's light rain in our future.
As a few drops begin to sputter out and fall from the sky. You know, not you wouldn't even call it a drizzle yet, like it's kind of just starting. But Ewok, you're sure that if you continue on your current course, that you should reach the edge of the marsh by the end of the day.
We should be there by the end of the day, so not much longer.
Leviathan looks mildly disappointed.
What kind of pace are you guys taking? Like, obviously you can't move at a fast pace, but if for whatever reason you wanted to take it slow, you can do that. But that's up to you guys.
Say normal pace, not going super slow, but not going super fast.
Normal pace?
Yeah, normal pace is probably best.
Like a canter.
Alright.
As best as a horse can canter in a swamp.
Do we still have our horses?
You have one of your horses, the other one died.
True that.
And I don't know if you paladins are using your mounts.
Not
Currently. No.
I'm on my broom stroking the shit out of the shaft, just like rubbing it, like admiring it.
There might be
Noted.
children around. Stop it.
Fuck. Hell no, I just got this thing. It's
It's
so
like
smooth.
leaning
The
back on
grain.
it.
Oh, the grain is so smooth. Look at this walnut finish. Oh.
Aren't you worried you'll get splinters?
Now look at this. It's all polished and what the word it'd be for the varnished. Look at this varnish.
Varnish.
I'm gonna come over and stroke Rick's shaft.
I slap his hand away like no. No, don't get your gnomish hands all over this. You're gonna get your oils deep in his pores and then it's gonna start rotting.
I think you clearly mean dwarvish.
He's a
Yeah, I
dwarf.
think you have it
Or she's a
mistaken.
dwarf.
Dandelion
Okay.
is
I don't know if he knows. I'm a gnome
That's
who
what I
was
said.
raised by dwarfs. Well, I'm saying it out of. Oh, see.
Wait, now I'm confused.
We've all, in character, we've all just been going along with it. Dandruff
She's
is
a
very
dwarf.
happy. Yeah, she's a dwarf.
No, she's clearly a gnome.
I'm
No,
behind
no,
her.
no.
No,
She's a little
dwarf.
small for a dwarf, but she's the biggest dwarf in my artery.
Wait,
What?
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 I don't think. It's like too small to be a heart.
A
Maybe
ventricle
you're
run?
looking capillary. Left ventricle valve.
What?
I'm just trying to be nice and say that Danderfluff is special to me.
I appreciate.
Not
that.
like in a romantic way because I don't feel attraction like that. But like a nest buddy.
So back to the broom. What's
Like a
the top speed on
hatchling.
that?
It'll tell you
Over
what
9,000.
the speed is in the description. I think it's 60.
No, it says here over 9,000
Yeah, the speed's 50
Pulse.
feet per 6 seconds.
9,000 what?
centimeters.
Like 9,000 centimeters.
Like
Second?
5,000 feet for 10 minutes. So multiple miles, like 6 miles per hour, something like that.
1,000 years of thrust. Got that good thrust.
It just slides so smoothly between their legs.
Leviathan is just gonna ignore that and try to not pay attention to it.
Garrett's actually gonna follow that lead and just be like,
You know?
over here. You guys do your thing.
You're special to me too, Garrett, like a nest buddy. Like we all hatched from the same clutch.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Seraphina when she stops being unnatural. But right now it's really hard not trying to hurt her.
Well, you're doing great with the, resisting that urge and all.
When have I ever hurt you?
You're hurting the cycle of nature.
That is not my fault.
I mean, you could have not. You could just stop being
What
a
if it was
vampire.
you that was bitten?
Well, I'd probably kill myself.
Leviathan looks just kind of, I don't know, just uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm gonna slowly, walk
Doing
towards
this?
Garrett with his.
Yeah. My pace quickens a tiny bit.
Everybody give me a perception check.
Is it sight?
Yes.
Whoa, something looks different on my character sheet. There's like
I'm making up
little
for
yellow
all.
lines.
Yeah, I got those little yellow lines too.
Yeah, they updated the character sheet. I don't know how I feel about it.
It's just if you hit the cogwheel, it expands it out. The dots are showing that there's more text that goes off than what you can see.
Also, if you look at the spells, it'll tell you what the requirements are for it. Just off to the side.
All right.
There's a lot
So
of
Garrett
information.
and Danderfluff, you both see up ahead that there are figures sticking up out of the muck, completely still. Ewok, you can tell that they are probably dead animals. That's what they look like to you.
Do they look like fresh, or have they been there a while?
Too far away to make that determination.
Guys, off to over there. If you look, looks like there's animals poking out.
Can we go around that? Because I don't want to be stuck in the muck.
Well, it's kind of like a general, as far as you can see, kind of spotty here and there. Just, you know,
I still wanna-
it's not like an animal graveyard or cluster. It's just kind of there.
Yeah, how about you over there on your broom? How about you go fly over there and maybe see if you can deduce what the reason is why they're trapped in the mud?
What's the magic word?
Please.
All right.
Would
I
you have
was
also
tempted to
accepted
say
Shazam?
Yeah,
I
probably.
was so tempted to say the fortress magic word.
So I gained some altitude and kind of zip over to scout out.
Okay. Make an investigation roll.
Oh, you're gonna love this.
Okay, so you get close to one of these corpses, and you can tell that it was an elk, but it's definitely been dead for a while. You know, the agents of decay hard at work, lots of bugs and insects swarming around it, and it just looks like it got stuck in the mud. Just succumbed to leeches and probably hunger and thirst.
It smells like my girlfriend. So
But you don't see any like obvious wounds on the creature that would say something killed this.
it just looks like it got like bogged down in the mud and died of exhaustion, basically.
Pretty much. That's the best theory that you come up with.
All right, I zip back to the rest of the party and relay that information.
What up,
Well,
Homer?
that
Thank you for the
sounds
host.
like something to actively avoid.
I mean, I would just assume the mud there is pretty nasty.
Is there any possible way around it?
Well, not exactly, but I mean, you can get about 30 feet away from each of them. They're not clustered together, like I said.
Wait, could I, like, rig a harness underneath my broom and then just kind of, like, ferry people over? Like, the area?
Maybe.
Like, do I have a weight limit on this thing? Hold on.
Is this like the fox, the cat, and the whatever problem where you have to get across the river? Fox and the duck? What the fuck is that problem?
Okay, I can carry up to
I think
400
it's a
pounds.
fox, chicken, and like the chicken feed or something.
I thought it was
Yeah,
a turtle and a scorpion, or a frog and a scorpion.
that's different things actually.
It's two animals and then like a basket of
Why are people making so many goddamn stories about animals crossing different rivers?
Wasn't
And
the
roads.
cat in the chicken one like a dirty joke, though?
I think we're all thinking of three different things.
Alright, well, I can carry like 400 pounds on this broom. So I
Alright.
can...
How much do you weigh?
I had this somewhere.
The bio tab of your character sheet?
Yeah, it's not there anymore. What's your average weight of an old man?
I'm gonna
I've seen
say he probably weighs at least 130, between 130 and 150.
Let's go.
Yeah, I weigh
150.
290, so
I think 150 is more believable. I mean, yeah.
I've seen some fat old men and I've seen some real skinny old men.
You also have to account for the weight of your armor and equipment too. So
Right, that's what I'm adding in right now. So I got 150 from that. Got 197.
I weigh at least 290 then.
I also have my fly.
All right, so I can carry about 100 and hold on, minus 400, 153 more pounds. I mean, if we're worried about getting bogged down in this mud, like,
the mud didn't appear to be any worse than the stuff that you guys are already going through.
oh, then how the fuck are these things all fucked up in it then?
Well, maybe there's
Don't
Same
know.
something.
kind of
beneath the mud.
sadness.
I mean, I'm just really fucking not feeling that mud in that general area.
Yeah, but it does not seem like we have much of a choice.
I'm just saying, I got some extra space if we got like a light motherfucker that wants to live. A light motherfucker that wants to live. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to offer assistance in case y'all don't want to trudge through that muck.
Well, I am small-minded, but I am big-boned.
Okay. What about you, Gnome? I mean, Dwarf.
I can hop on there if need be.
I give you a thumbs up from behind Danderfluff's back, just like,
I'm really confused by that thumbs up.
you were corrected into dwarf.
Oh. Well, anyway. I thought you were like, yeah, get it.
Yeah, slang that tang.
Yeah. It's like, no, not my type. How much do you weigh with all your gear, Ewok?
Shit. Well, I've got a handy haversack, so that kind of helps. But my weight is 62.
Yeah, so figure like 75, 80. With
Oh, yeah, I
like
can-
your stuff that's not in your bag, like your great axe probably has a good bit of weight to it, but
Yeah, and if anybody wants to store some of the heavier items in the bag of holding to get across better, then we can do that as well.
All right, you hop on Big Rick's rod. Let's go.
And I'm driving one of the horses with Serafina behind me.
okay.
So I guess we take point then, since are you like still lead navigating to this, right, Ewok?
Yeah, I could.
All right. So with Ewok now joining you on the broom, you fly up, and how far are you gonna get in front of the party that's on the ground?
I'll leave that up to Ewok.
I'd say a good 20 feet, maybe.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to make note of or use?
Yeah. I just want to let you know that normally I have a flying speed of 50, but if I'm carrying over 200 pounds, which is about now, it drops down to 30.
Okay. Noted.
I'm gonna observe and see what happens when they fly over.
Nothing of note. They just kind of fly over. I mean, it's obviously not moving as fast, but it seems like he's handling it fine.
I'll look to the others that remain behind and just say, well, we're not all gonna be able to go on the broom, especially my big bone self, so I'm gonna start slowly trying to trek through.
Yeah,
This is-
I'll do the same.
Yeah. And so I'll start trudging forward.
Okay.
You said there was like a 30-foot radius around these, or 30-foot diameter of like muck from each animal.
More or less.
So I'll like weave around those as best as possible, assuming no overlap.
Okay.
Same.
So you guys close the distance, you start getting closer to these animals. Those who want to can make either investigation or nature checks. Trip, if you go with nature, you'll have advantage.
I really need to pick up proficiency in nature.
Did you
Should.
say investigation or perception?
Investigation or nature.
I have a question. Where is the general options for Roll20?
It's the cogwheel, and it's all on the right.
Upper right, yeah.
Are you trying to get your features and
Miss-
stuff back?
Yeah.
It's under inventory. I just had to do that. It's nice because now I think you can drag stuff over, but
Yeah, I kind of wish they had just left that as a text box.
yeah.
I just realized that. Where did that stuff that was in there go?
It's still there. You just have to go to go to the cogwheel and general options and change it back to simple for features and traits.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for that. Oh, and Joey as well, for the dual 4-month resubs they're dropping on me. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's get some love up in chat for these glorious folks. Thank you very much, guys. That reminds me, they extended September into Subtober till the 18th, I want to say.
Oh, nice.
That sounds about right. So half-off subs continue for new time subscribers into about the middle of October. So I thought that was pretty cool. I think a lot of people were worried about subpocalypses happening. You know, everybody like subs for the 1 month and then it's back to the normal price and everybody's fuck that.
Like that first month of Amazon Prime subs?
Right. Well, actually, like I've done pretty well about keeping on to my Prime subs, as far as I can tell, anyway. Yeah, I thought that was
like
pretty
the first
cool.
month that they were released and came out, though, some people saw a massive drop after the first.
Oh, I'm sure. And like a lot of people like might not have even realized that they needed to like manually resub.
Exactly.
Waiting a goddamn moon to goddamn stream again so I can hit my resub.
Well, that'll learn you.
Ammo's the only sub that forgets for me.
Whoops. Okay. Yeah, so Rick, seeing more of these animals, you don't see any injuries or wounds on them. It seems like they just succumbed to the environment, basically. They got stuck in the mud. There's a lot of biting insects and mosquitoes about. They seem to generally be leaving the party alone, though. Like these kind of swarms of biting flies and blood-sucking insects. They don't seem to focus on the party too much. There's, a single one here or there that you kind of have to swat away, but nothing like what's going after, Oh boy. And Homer coming through with a big old Game Whispery sub. Thank you very much, sir. Another one of my super subs. Not to say that you guys aren't all super, but he's top tier on both Game Wisp and on Twitch. And welcome back, Homer.
Question. I can passively talk to or convey simple idea and messages to insects and other vermin without spending charges. Can I try and listen in on what the bugs are saying while just following the paladins?
They're just eating. It's like food.
I'm gonna be like, hey, you, and just point at like a swarm and be like, why aren't you eating us?
More of the same. Food.
Okay. It's just
I'll let you
strange.
make an insight roll.
Okay. That the mosquitoes wouldn't go after us.
Yeah, you're not really sure.
Anytime I talk to them, the party just hears like zzz, bzz, 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 coming from me.
But at this point, that's normal and accepted behavior.
That's new.
The buzzing? Do you talk to the bunch of insects after you got the... I will not do that again. The doobie off your face.
Someone gif it.
No. Well, whatever. Alright, it's done. Yeah.
No, but like I haven't talked to insects a lot.
Wow, DP coming in with 2,000 bits. Thank you very much, sir. Says more distractions. I like distractions.
Yo, even if I had never like seen you talk to bugs before, and this is new, it still would not surprise Leviathan at all. Like, just be like, oh, that's probably something he does. Like, that doesn't surprise me.
I just assume that they're like his kin or something with that mandible poking out of his face.
Probably.
Crazy and sexual bastard.
Gone and sexual.
Like insectual. Huh.
He needs that insexual healing.
Please no.
But yeah, I mean, you're not really quite sure. You can roll a nature trip.
For fuck's sake.
Let's get some love up in chat, please, from my man DP. Dropping in that very generous 2,000 bits. You kind of come up with a few theories. The first is that these corpses are just an easier meal. Another theory could be that you're scaring them off. Or rather, they might see you as a larger insect. And so, because you can kind of gauge the distance that like, it seems to be an area around you that they're avoiding.
Trip's like the queen bee.
Or the swamp yard
That's
bully.
cool.
Right.
Or it could be a
King
combination of the
Cockroach.
two. So there's kind of a few different possibilities for what's actually going on, but you're not able to like definitively say which one it is.
Okay. That's cool.
All right, give me a round of perception checks. If you are up on the broom, you have advantage. It is sight.
These old eyes and these cataracts, man. Tell you what.
All right, so very far in the distance, Garrett Reeves and Trip, you can see that there's kind of like a large boulder, like covered in muck and moss and overgrowth, sticking up out of the swamp, kind of directly in front of you. Good distance away, and Trip, you can tell that there is a humanoid figure laying prone on top of it. And Garrett Reeves, I have some more information that I am going to whisper to you.
Guys, there's a humanoid on that truck over there.
Now, do you remember what happened last time we saw somebody that was human in need?
No, you found a child in need.
Human, they can be both.
Speaking as the only human here, And I look, I kind of askew at Richard because I'm not entirely sure. I can confirm we do come in child form.
There you go.
Well, I can go check it out.
Just directly ahead of us, may as well. Looks like he's wearing funny helmet, I think.
Well, you all cover me and take my, have my back, and I'll go and check this out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's right in front of us, so may as well keep on going towards it, right? We're gonna run into it anyway.
Yeah, that makes quite a lot of sense.
Can I do something real quick, Don?
Sure.
The Adventurers or the Dungeoneers pack has rope in it, right?
Should.
And it's 50 foot, I think, right?
Correct.
Dungeoneers. So I want to get about 50 feet up, tie the rope to around the shaft of the broom,
Uh-huh.
and then ask Danderfluff if it's cool if I wrap around the other end of her waist.
I turn. What do you need to do that for?
Just to quickly drop you without hurting you in case it goes down. Kind of like a rope of repelling down.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
And
Sure.
then while Leviathan starts approaching, just kind of shadow him 50 feet above on the broom.
Okay. Anything else?
Yep.
All right. As you guys approach, you can give me another round of perception checks. You know, obviously, like, I'm kind of montaging forward, like, this bit more time has passed. Okay, Trip and Danderfluff. You both notice that this appears to be a human wearing, like, very dirty, muck-stained, tattered clothing, just kind of lounging on top of this rock. You realize that it is not, in fact, a helmet on his head, but a cage, like a bird cage.
I stop the horse from moving and I like hold.
So you guys are about 120 feet away from him. If he has noticed you, he hasn't given any sign.
I think we'll keep trudging forward.
He's got a cage on his head.
Maybe he's
Is
a
that
biter.
not a normal thing?
Like a muzzle.
I'm gonna keep cautiously trekking forward.
Do we hear
I would have told you. I would have relayed it to you.
I
see.
You can hear it 50 feet?
Oh, I didn't hear. I seen him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Danderfluff saw the same thing Trip saw. But yeah, picture like a bird cage, and then if somebody stuck their head through the bottom of it and wore it like a helmet.
I just tell Danderfluff to like, alright, just tell me what you want to do. I'm just steering this thing.
Well, are you guys still going towards it down there on the bottom? Okay. We can just hover over it. We'll keep the same pace, and You can be ready to drop me, and I'll just come down with force. And I'll tap my axe when I do that. When I say that.
So, like, you want to go for a nice pendulum swing, like drop you and then kind of swoop in so the momentum just carries you forward into the action?
Yeah, that sounds cool. Let's do that.
Alright.
So what are you guys doing?
Should we like call out to him before we walk up to him?
How about we get about maybe 30 feet away and then try to talk to him?
I'm down with that, especially since we're 5-6 people and a horse. Some of us in full plate trudging through the swamp. If he doesn't hear us before now, deserves to get scared.
I am gonna be not around Buckle and Leviathan. I'm gonna hang back a little bit in case, like 30 feet.
That's just good tactics in general. Just don't
Yeah.
stand near me.
Good strategy.
You guys can use the map to give me your positions in relation to each other.
Okay, I have a horse.
It'll be easier than verbally telling me.
Ammo, you're behind me on the horse. I'm gonna be like over here, and they're over there.
I'll just put you in front of me, Ewok, since you're riding on the broom.
So north is the direction that you're heading, in case that wasn't clear. Alright, everybody happy with that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you slogging forward. You get about 60 feet away. He sits up from being prone. You know, like, just literally, like, sits up, still sitting down, but looks in your direction, and you see him reach to his side and grab a gnarled, muck-covered wooden staff and slowly pull himself up to his feet using that.
I say, hello there, friend.
Now, hold on. Stop right there. You gotta pay the toll.
Well, may I ask your name and a bit of information about this troll? Or toll, sorry.
You can pay it, or you could not.
Well, what is the payment?
Piece of silver each. And he kind of like grabs his collar and kind of draws it closer around his neck.
Is that like one piece of silver for all of us? So you said each? Or...
Said one each. Ain't you listening?
Sorry, there's some mud in my ears. I look to the group and I start pulling out a silver piece. Like, I'm cool with that. That's fine.
As you're doing this, he reaches into his pack, pulls out a stick, and just starts using it to scratch the top of his head.
I'm gonna pull out a gold piece and give that and say, keep the change. This will cover me and my friends.
He smacks it out of your hand onto the ground and says, "Ain't silver. I need silver."
I'll let my gold sink through the mud. I'm not gonna go for it. I look to the group and say, I'm not carrying any silver on me, besides my silver personality.
Ask him if he has change for a gold.
Do you have change for a gold, friend?
Don't want gold. Need silver.
He says he doesn't want gold, needs silver.
He's speaking in far common.
I know, I'm still
We can hear
speaking
him.
that.
Translating English into English. Good job.
Yeah. Does anybody here carry silver with them? And I'll beckon the other two in the sky down.
I have no money whatsoever. Also, why do we care? Can't we just go around him?
Well, Mr.
What
Wordsmith,
if it's
go
his
ahead.
house? You don't just walk through someone's house.
Hey, quick question, friend.
Ain't your friend.
I call everybody friend, whether you're my friend or not.
bad
Anyway,
habit.
what happens if we don't pay this toll?
Well, look
And we just
around. They
go
didn't
around.
pay no toll. And he points to the various dead creatures covered in flies.
Yeah, but see, those are animals. We're fully armored and well-fitted people that have an agenda.
People who pay the toll get information.
We don't have any silver.
Well, then I guess you're shit out of
I need
luck,
a second.
friend.
I know Danderfluff has a lot of money, but is it just all gold coins?
It's all gold. I've never needed silver, never had an option to get silver.
Don't need to be pieces. I'll take an object.
Yeah, I was thinking. I don't have anything made of silver on me.
How about this beautiful wooden stake that I have?
Let's give you one of these looks.
He holds up his wooden staff like...
Fair enough, fair enough. Can I ask you again, what should we call you?
Name's Remus.
Nice to meet you, Remus. My name's Rebiathan.
Yeah, I won't remember that.
Yeah, it's fine. I won't remember yours either.
It's fine.
So,
Is that Remus or Rebus?
Remus. R-E-M-U-S.
R-E-M-U-S, Remus. I'll defer to the group.
Yeah, I
'cause
can't make silver. I was gonna see if I had like a transmutation thingy.
So,
Rip Spruce.
how did you come into this occupation of yours?
It's not an occupation, just something I do.
It occupies you, does it not? I mean, how'd you fall? Never mind.
Are you a swamp druid?
Druid, no. No, I'm just a man.
Can I hear what's going on from
Yeah.
50 feet up?
I mean, they're not having like a hushed conversation, so if you're listening in, that's fine.
And I beckoned you guys down too, if you'd like to hover down.
Right. I mean, I
He kind of
stay
slumps
straddled.
back down and says, I guess if you ain't got any silver, you can't pay the toll. And just kind of shrugs.
How about we have a duel for it?
Yeah, that sounds like a terrible idea, friend.
Can anyone transmute
No.
gold into silver?
Everybody can give me a perception check.
Is it sight?
Yes. Okay. Trip, make a nature roll with advantage. Alright. You and Garrett Reeves both notice, like, as he sits back down, like, you can kind of see the side of his neck has, like, this design almost looks tattooed on him, but it catches what light there is, so it looks metallic. Trip, you're pretty sure that it's silver.
I'll walk up and listen in as well.
Tattoo on his neck.
I saw that. How do you know it's silver, though? Oh.
Just like Ren and Stimpy, like close animation.
It gets
of me
all
pointing to my eye.
It's a
You can see,
snake
like, the
line.
There's like a hair growing out of the eyeball,
It's all like bloodshot.
infected hair follicle.
Jaundice looking, like just real gnarly.
Garrett,
Pupil has a frown.
was your ring made of silver?
You still have my ring?
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, no.
Okay.
Also, can I have my ring back?
It's mine now. You gave it to me.
It was still. This isn't done.
It's a gift.
Hey, Cagehead.
That's not very nice.
Mr. Reeves, he said his name was Remus.
Yeah, then he threatened us with violence.
I didn't threaten anybody with violence.
You said if we didn't pay the toll, we'd end up like... Well, I guess these dead animals around here. How are you expecting animals to pay the toll exactly?
Everybody's got to pay.
So...
And he just kind of shrugs.
What about an IOU?
Can't help you, friend.
Alright.
I'd like to cast Compelled Duel on this individual.
Let me read the spell.
I was gonna say we have Alistair, but I don't know if that counts as real silver.
I kind of. Is it apparent that you're trying you're trying to duel him, Joey?
I challenged him to a duel, and it's just a verbal component for Compelled Duel, so you might be able to notice if you.
Well, I mean, if we're trying to do like some compelling, I might try to interfere and try something before you engage in combat.
I mean, I wouldn't make it like secretive or hidden. I mean, it'd be pretty easy to pick up on it. Yeah.
What's the DC?
DC 15.
Okay. He just kind of like looks at you and blinks for a moment, and then looks back at the rest of the party.
Okay. I'll try to just nonchalantly be like, yeah, cool.
Mark your spell.
Marked.
See, I know exactly what you cast, and I'm going to give you the stink eye.
So I have a cheese grater. Does that happen to be silver?
Nope.
It's the most expensive cheese grater ever.
Right.
All right. In lieu of silver, will you accept anything else? Because we seem to be strapped for that. But oh boy, do we have a lot of other stuff.
Make a persuasion roll.
Yeah. I can do that. BAM!
Oh.
Woo! Sorry, I got excited.
I'd do just about anything to get this cage off my head.
Well, why didn't you lead with that? We can do that.
I wouldn't be so sure.
No, wait. What if the cage isn't for him, Garrett?
Well, who else could it be
Neck.
for?
The thing on his neck.
It's just a tattoo, though.
But how many tattoos have you seen made out of silver?
Who put that cage on you?
My captors.
Who are your captors?
Vampires.
And where do these vampires reside?
I don't know. South.
The country we're in currently?
I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut.
Right.
And thank you very much, Tucky, for that 2-month resub. Let's show her some love in chat, please.
When he says that, Nyloth, like, normally he's hunched over, he, like, sits up more, so Seraphina's hidden more.
Does this sound like a 100-year-old tree breaking when you stand up?
Well, I'm on a horse, so it's like, son of a bitch.
Dry, arthritic tree branches.
It's like, we just happen to have someone who's very good with tools, has very nimble fingers. Maybe she can open the lock or whatever it is holding it on your head.
And I'm very strong. Perhaps I could just rip it off your head.
Wait, does nobody want to know the backstory of this cage before we just start popping things off?
Not really.
Not really.
I'm with him.
Well, we got 2 for 2.
Listen, the last time we stopped for a backstory, she nearly killed us. And we had to fight some kind of weird angel
really
thing.
Tell us anything.
She told us all kinds of stuff. I'm not going to get in that right now.
So
you always get me distracted.
He interjects in it. So are you not gonna try and get it off my head, or?
Well, I'd like to know how it works first to give us some information on, like, is it a magical thing sealed with magic? Is it kind of like we just pick a lock?
I think so. I haven't been able to find any lock on it, and I've
I'm gonna go
spun
up
it
and detect
around.
magic.
But I mean, like, how did they put it on your head? Like, what? Like, did you just wake up one day with a cage on your head?
He nods his head affirmatively.
Oh,
And I'm
really?
sorry, what was that,
Does the
Joey?
cage shake?
I said I'd like to use detect magic.
Mark your spell. Cage glows.
Alright.
As well
Is it-
as your obvious, like all of your magical items glow. But the
Yeah,
only
but-
thing that glows on him is the cage, and you can see a glow emitting from beneath his clothes. Like, all over his body.
Okay, I'll lean over and whisper and relay that to Garrett.
Here's the main thing. I don't care about this guy, and I don't want to be turned into a swamp puddle. So...
I don't care about him either, honestly. If it was up to me, we'd, just go past him and ignore him. What's he gonna do?
It turned us into a swamp puddle.
Well, what do you propose we do?
Take the helmet off his head. Well, whatever. We'll move on. I don't care. Let him go run amok. Who's he gonna kill? Vampires? I don't care.
Yeah, good point. I'm gonna attempt to just see how sturdy the cage is. I'm gonna walk up and say, now, acquaintance, because I'm not gonna call you a friend, because that didn't seem to sit well with you. Mind if I give it a go, good old Dragonborn try, and try to get that cage there off your head?
Suit yourself.
All right, I'm gonna walk up to him and just kind of, put my hands around the bars and just see how strong it is. Not give it a full yank him, but just see how strong and sturdy, if there's any give or.
Testing it. Doesn't look like the bars bend.
Okay, now I'm really gonna try.
Alright, roll athletics.
Okay. Come on.
Bars bend a tiny bit and then move back into place.
Well, these bars are very good.
Your athletics roll was pretty good, so I'll tell you, like, once you bent them, you felt a force pushing them back together. Like, it was all of a sudden there was an additional resistance against you and then overpowered you and moved the bars back.
Well, I gave it a very good try, but there's some magic going on here that's pulling them back together.
Can you dispel magic?
I could try.
Yeah,
I'll try to dispel magic. I don't have the spell. I'm just gonna, I don't know, be like, ooga booga booga, dispel magic, ooga. I don't know, just something dumb.
Nothing happens.
Maybe it worked. Okay. I tried, Nyloth.
I cast dispel magic on the cage.
Okay, mark your spell. Rubiathan, you see the cage has stopped glowing.
Ooh, now I'll try.
Alright, make another athletics roll.
Come on. Not intimidation.
Alright. This time, with a wrenching, like, the obvious, like, tearing metal sound. Pang! You literally just rip this cage in half, and it kind of just tumbles to the ground. Unless you want to keep holding on to the two halves for any reason.
No, I'll just, I'll hold on to the sides for now.
And
that's what I'm talking about.
His eyes just go wide, and he immediately just starts scratching all over, like, his head and face. Like, not hard, but, like, in a relieved, like, oh my god, I can finally scratch these itches that have been bothering me forever.
Oh, my nose!
What was the cage made out of?
It looks like just, like, pewter tin, like a shitty metal.
Oh.
Does anybody want these two halves of the cage? I kind of destroyed it with my mighty strength.
Nope. Chuck it in the muck.
I chuck it in the muck.
Now you can call me friend. And he puts his hand on your shoulder.
I pull him in for a hug.
He hugs you.
Hell yeah. Now this is what friendship is all about. May we proceed through here?
Yeah, I'll definitely accept that in place of a toll, and if you want, I could do you a solid.
That would be incredibly helpful.
I mean, I can't tell you what I'm gonna do, but I can tell you it'll be good for y'all.
Wait, why can't you tell us what
Can you tell me about your tattoo? It looks cool.
Let's keep the vampires away.
Huh.
And he kind of pulls his collar down. You can see it's like, just like a strange geometric type pattern that it looks home done. Like he probably did this to himself.
Ooh, I
So-
want one.
Because they don't like silver.
Suffice to say that you have to keep recharging that with silver to keep it active.
More the better.
So it doesn't fade with time, but it becomes more powerful the more you feed it.
He nods yes. More real estate, and then he lifts up his sleeve and shows this same pattern going all the way up his forearm.
I see.
And now I can finally get my face.
Could you teach us how to do that?
It hurts like blue blazes, but sure.
I've cut off my own face, so I think we may be able to deal with it.
He has.
All right, he kind of reaches down behind this rock and pulls up like this large, almost like duffel bag, and starts rifling through it. Starts pulling out a few small cases, flipping them open. You guys can all make history rolls. Yeah, that'd be good. History will work.
Leviathan's gonna choose to forego his roll.
Danderfluff, it's an alchemist kit.
It's an alchemist kit.
Now, what is an alchemist kit?
A kit in which you do alchemy with.
Now, what is alchemy?
Turning one thing into another. Like turning gold into silver.
Oh, damn, that's possible.
Well, that's transmutation. That's just a small part of alchemy, my friend.
Yeah, it's like potions and stuff.
Potions, acid, fire. I can do it all. So next, roll. Everybody just roll insight, because this would be more wisdom than intelligence. Alright, Garrett and Seraphina, he goes like he's like almost like motor mouth explaining how this works. He's like, okay, so you do this and then you take this, you mix that together with the and it's just, he's like rattling it off super fast. But the basic gist of it is that you melt the silver down and then imbue it with transmutation magic to keep it in a liquid state, which you can then use to make tattoos with. I'm giving you the very dumbed down version.
Sure.
It's much more painstaking of a process than that. Seraphina, I'd say you got like 80% of the of what he said, but definitely missing a few key elements, some phrases that you didn't understand, technical terms, things like that.
That was a lot of information that will probably cost us some trial and error. Does it work for anything else to detect silver?
I'd imagine so. I mean, it's silver.
What other things detest silver?
Werewolves.
Were spiders.
Various
Wait.
fae.
Don't dragons like shiny metals and shit?
Oh, that's a downside.
True.
Like, do you ever get chased by dragons trying to like put you into their horde or something?
He kind of like gives like a sweeping, pointing finger behind him. And he says, "No, dragons stay up on the peaks. They don't come down this low."
I'm, covering my bases in case maybe I was thinking about.
Too warm for a dragon?
Roll Arcana.
Could be a white dragon.
Could be a white dragon. And he
I
did
thought
use
you just meant
dragon
in
in the
general.
plural sense. He did say dragons.
Are white dragons friendly?
Not to me.
Though they may be friendly to you, you'd likely get on with them better than, say, Robiathan or I.
Now, why is that?
Yeah, why is that? Won't they hate me because I'm a drow?
And would they hate me just because I'm black?
Yeah, that's... Everyone up here hates me because I'm a drow.
Now, for once, I can relate with Nyloth. This is rattling.
I've never met a dragon.
As you guys are talking, he's taken out another small kit and has like lit like a Bunsen burner and begins concocting something.
Dude's just like whipped out a Bunsen burner and just like, is he making like, is he heating up crack? What is happening over there?
Oh, we're talking about
You don't-
white dragons.
You don't see any ice, so it's unlikely.
So do you two not know the difference between chromatic and metallic dragons?
One's shiny.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The shinier, the better, in my opinion. If they don't shine, kill them.
Do
Or
I
run.
shine in your eyes, Mr. Reeves?
Well,
So what are you
Why
making
would
up
it
there on
like-
the rock?
why would it like me, Garrett?
Gifts.
I'll explain to you
What?
later.
Why wouldn't it like him? He's born of dragon.
Yeah, I'm a dragonborn. It's in my name.
Yeah.
It's my race.
Shouldn't they
I
like
believe on
him?
my birth certificate it says dragonborn.
I never got a birth certificate.
Mine was one I made myself by carving writing in the dirt in the floor.
Wow. How would I know if I'm born if I don't have a certificate?
Maybe you are a dragonborn, Nyla. Nah, probably not. Maybe.
No.
Maybe half dragonborn?
The whole time you two are having this conversation, I'm just looking to get a word in edgewise, and I can't. It's like you guys are both doing who's on first to each other.
So are they like snow dragons?
White dragons? Oh, yes. We should expect to face them when we move up into the frozen past.
Well, maybe I can make friends with them.
He turns
Yeah.
around for a moment, looks over the party, and then like kind of like counts the number of people in the party on his fingers, and then goes back to working.
What if I could make friends with this white dragon and end these unpeaceful draconic relationships?
It'd be a lie, he says while working.
Now, why is that?
To trick you.
Now, as a paladin, I'm not allowed to tell a lie.
Where did you get... Never mind.
That was a lie, Garrett Reeves.
I still don't get what I have in common with a dragon.
Wrinkly skin?
They have scales.
Oh, yeah.
We will talk about this later.
But it's kind of nagging at me.
It's bothering me. Normally, no one's in common with me.
Both looked at Garrett expectantly.
I just walk over to
Yeah.
start looking at what the dude's making on the rock.
You're like
Just leave the conversation.
Big eyes looking.
I don't know how
at
to get
Garrett.
myself out of this one.
Well, maybe he'll tell us later, Nyloth. We gotta make sure we remind him. Tell him, ask him again.
I don't get why he can't tell us now. Is it like the Babadook?
I don't know. I think he gets uncomfortable around me.
Duke,
Out of
duke,
character,
duke.
I don't know what the Babadook is. What's the Babadook?
The
like
movie
a hard-
Babadook?
I know Baba Yaga.
It's basically like depression turned into a horror
Yeah.
Oh.
monster.
Babadook.
Like
Good movie.
if depression took like a physical form, or something like that.
Okay.
And he's like the clown from It's Boyfriend.
The clown's actually
Yeah.
a giant spider.
They shipped him, these two together. I don't get it.
Certified fresh. I'll check it out.
It's a really good movie.
Yeah, I liked it.
So having abandoned the conversation going on behind me, I'm just gonna kind of watch intently at what Remus is doing here.
Looks
I'm
like
gonna
he's
sort of get
brewing up some
uncomfortably
potions,
close
one
over
for
his
each of
shoulder.
you.
Is he using an herbalism kit?
No, it's an herbalism kit is part of what he's using, but he's got like a whole array of instruments and things that you've never seen before.
So like herbalism would just be like one component of it then?
Correct.
Okay.
What was that you said he made us?
Looks like
working
he's
on
in the
potions.
process of making a potion for each of you.
Sweet.
Could I maybe, because I'm proficient with the herbalism kit, could I maybe roll medicine to see if I could figure out like maybe a small part of what he's doing?
That would be Arcana.
Oh.
But I'll give you advantage on the roll, because you know at least part of what's going on.
Okay.
I think the white dragons would get it along with Seraphina because they're both cold.
You don't know exactly what he's making, but you're pretty sure whatever he ends up making is going to be beneficial based on the herbs that he's using.
Okay.
You don't see anything that would make you think that it's a poison or anything detrimental.
He ain't trying to sabotage us.
It's all like medicinal herbs and stuff like that.
He's using about 4 weeds. It looks good.
He's got a sativa, an
You got a little
indica,
bit of indica.
one of them indicas.
I got some of that blueberry kush and a little bit of that OG Jesus juice.
All right.
Anyone want a mushroom?
I'll take one. That sounds wonderful.
I just make some mushrooms and hand Leviathan one.
I'll take it and eat it. Inquisitively, like still thinking about the whole dragon thing.
I'll also take one and just kind of push my helm up and just.
I like
They're not bad.
go to this
little
side
bland,
of the
but
rock or something to make
mean,
them
they're
grow
mushrooms.
off of it.
I'm gonna put a bit of salt on mine.
okay.
I have a pound of salt.
I too
It's
have a
salty and bland.
Yeah, but salt's good, so.
All right, so he finishes up and kind of like, you know, like used to do this when you were a kid a lot, but like stretch the front of your shirt out and then use that to like carry a bunch of stuff.
Hell yeah.
So he basically does that, loads up the front of his shirt with all these potions and begins handing them out to you.
Now,
Accept gratefully.
It is a
Yeah.
crimson liquid which regularly pulses with dull light, calling to mind a heartbeat.
now, what is this that you have bequeathed to us?
It's a potion of vitality.
And what does the word vitality mean?
Means I get to hit up a whorehouse
Means
after
life. And he'll explain to you what it does. If somebody wants to check and see if it's in the compendium, that'll save me some time. Otherwise, I can tell you what it does.
Yeah, a potion of vitality. When you drink this potion, it removes any exhaustion you are suffering and cures any disease or poison affecting you. For the next 24 hours, you regain the maximum number of hit points for any hit die you spend. The potion's crimson liquid regularly pulses with dull light, calling to mind a heartbeat.
So you each have a potion of vitality. Make sure you mark that down.
One Viagra.
And when he hands you yours last, Seraphina, he actually kind of like places it on the ground like very carefully and like nervously and then kind of scuttles backwards.
Apparently his mark doesn't work all that well.
I just kind of raise an eyebrow at him.
He raises 2 back.
Don't worry, sir. She's domesticated.
I don't trust no vampires.
Neither do I. We're trying to fix that.
I just go,
I swear I will elbow her in the face if she does that.
I think she
Already
did.
Because she's just sitting right behind me. She does that, I'll just be...
just a little bit, just like,
Told you not to trust in vampires.
Well,
I just like what's that Tarantino movie with the cowboys? The Hateful Eight at the beginning. I just did that to Serafina.
haven't seen that movie.
The guy elbows the girl in the face.
Ah, very similar. I'll just say, well, whether or not you trust them is our business concluded here. It was wonderful to meet you, Rhaenys.
It's Remus. Remus
Oh,
Plume.
my bad. Sorry. Like I said, I don't have a very good brain.
Last name is spelled Plone.
Where are you from?
Originally Ambervale.
Where's Ambervale?
Over the mountains.
What's it like?
A lot of farms.
What do they farm?
Oh, all kinds of things.
What's your favorite?
Apples.
What kind of apples?
I start looking at.
I'm not
Garrett
particular.
confused.
So thank you very much for the potions, and I gotta grab Leviathan's arm. We have,
Leviathan gets flustered a bit,
Why are you in the swamp?
and I follow.
Vampires don't come around here.
Uh-huh.
as somewhat of a additional part of this, we get the cage off your head, you give us potions. Could you never tell anyone that you saw us?
Yes and no.
What about the toll? Can you tell us more about how that works? Like if we didn't pay it?
Then you just didn't pay it.
I knew he was bluffing. Son of a bitch.
Well, I mean, we helped.
Or is he?
Like, how'd you do that to the animals? Did you do that with alchemy?
I didn't do that. They just came out of the forest, died on their own. Some driving them out.
Oh.
Giants, probably.
Well, so you said when we asked you if you could just not tell anybody that you saw us, you said yes and no? Now,
Yep,
I like
that
the
is
yes
correct.
part of that. I like the
Yeah.
yes part of that, but
I mean, if you're tortured, we understand, but just as long as it doesn't come up in casual conversation.
Best I can do is buy some time.
Oh, why does everyone know who we are and where we're going?
well, I say we carry on.
Yeah,
Mhm.
sounds good.
Is there a fast way out of the swamp?
Just keep heading that way. Same direction you were going. You keep on, you should be out by nightfall.
Well, it's been wonderful to meet you, Grimus.
He's not real good with names, huh?
No. He's not. He can't remember
No,
most
he-
things about names. Like, not
He's
giving
really
his
good
to
at
people.
remembering his, and I point
Oh.
at Garrett.
Oh, dang, sorry, Mr. Reeves. You did say that earlier, didn't you? Oh,
I'm
crap, I
pretty
did it
sure Joey
again.
just does it on purpose.
Oh, he
now.
absolutely does. It's fantastic. If that's all, then did you get all of your questions out?
Tell us about your family.
We'll fucking kill
I'm
you.
just kidding. That was just a joke. Just a funny. Because I
Do you
know
want to stay in the swamp?
Last time we took someone with us, she tried to kill us.
Yeah, but they weren't an old man.
Is he old? He's all like marsh mucky, but
Middle-aged. It's probably about 40.
That's like old in
that feeling one.
like medieval times. That's like
That's a misnomer. Not misnomer, misconception. It was a high infant mortality rate, which pulled down the average age.
Yep.
But if they got out of infant mortality and childhood illnesses, then most people live the same age we do now.
Oh.
Well,
Why
I don't
count
know
the
about
ones that
most
don't grow
people,
up?
but some people.
Sure, but we're talking about natural illnesses versus, say, battle, shit like that. People
Right.
died in battle, and that skewed it.
Yeah, I don't have any further questions for Remus.
Maybe I can ask, like, do the bugs bother you here?
No, Silver helps with them too.
Really?
He nods.
Make a mental note of that.
Well, I don't think the bugs will bother you if I'm around.
So that
And
means
ask them
that
to leave me alone.
they won't bug him? Is that what you're saying?
I do not understand.
Sound of drum kit falling over.
Oh.
Bug is not a verb.
Verb is not a verb.
What if you turn something into a verb and then you have verbed it?
Depends on your verbiage.
You just verbed verb.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hotel, motel, verbagement.
Hotel, motel,
If the V in verb was silent, it would be herb. And then we wouldn't be able to tell what we're talking about.
As you guys are talking, he's just packing up his kit.
Me and Dannerfluff just start like slowly moving forward to try to like coax the party into leaving.
Yep, I'm gonna trug along behind it. Or
Yeah,
beneath.
as soon as Garrett starts moving, I move along as well.
Says, all right. Well, you're heading to the mountain pass, yeah?
We are, yep.
All right. You're gonna want to go up, not down. I'll buy you some time.
I'm gonna at all. What?
I'm not even going to question it or ask questions about that. I'm just going to...
Okay.
Not down. Well, we know what you mean when we come to it.
Probably. He likes to make an entrance.
Who's he?
Black Knight.
Okay, cool. So you're gonna hold up the Black Knight, and then we're gonna go up and not down, right?
Well, I'm gonna give him some disinformation.
Okay, appreciate it.
Tell him you're headed in a different direction.
I kind of look to the rest of the party like,
Who the fuck's this Black Knight?
Wasn't he a friendly?
The Black Knight? This is the first we're hearing of him.
No, he helped us with the vampire. No, wait. No, hold on. I'm confusing Kent.
all right, so I turn back over my shoulder and I was like,
Wait, who is this Black Knight? Why is he after us, and how do you know about it?
Well, I know about him to stay clear of him.
Okay, but like you said he was like coming, you was gonna hold him up like you knew he was coming, like...
Well, you going right to him. But I'm gonna try and get him away from where you're going.
Okay, so you're gonna provide a distraction for a gatekeeper type thing, right?
Yep.
Okay, appreciate it. Thanks for the salad.
I mean, he might come after you afterwards. Ain't nothing I can do about that, but this'll buy some time.
Anything we should know about said Black Knight that might be useful in case we get caught up by him?
He's a fucking thief.
Alright. What did he steal?
Pretty much everything he's got.
Is he not a knight?
He's definitely gonna want to get his hands on that. And he points to your pendant.
my pendant?
Garrett.
No, it's tucked under my armor.
Well then he points to where it is under your armor. I mean, like, literally pointing right at it. So, I mean, you could take it as he's pointing at your armor, but, I mean, he pointed right at your pendant, so...
Wait, why would he want Garrett's nipples?
Yeah, why would he want Garrett's nipples?
Because
Don't
he's
a lot of people
fucking
want Garrett's
thief.
nipples?
What up,
Is
Is he
Safe?
gonna take Garrett's nipples and become Garrett?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. One that I'd like to know the answer.
Reasonably certain he's not talking about my nipples. Let's just move on from that. Just
He
keep on.
pointed right at them.
Well, he only used one finger, though.
I did
Mr.
show
Reed,
you
didn't
all
he have
the-
my nipple?
At this point, who knows? I've been beaten to death like 19 times.
Maybe
So
we should find out and see.
Yeah, have you
Oh.
checked if you have all your nipples still?
how do you know about the pendant?
Got an eye for that kind of thing.
It's too late to put the cage back on his head, right?
It's busted.
Well,
That doesn't sound like something Garrett would do. What's with the nipple pendant?
I showed it to you at the end of the last session. It's the white dragon scale.
maybe he meant pasties instead of pendant.
Wait, it's a white dragon scale, and you said there's white dragons.
Yeah, huh?
Are we giving them back a scale?
Probably not. No.
Do they want scales back?
I
Might
don't-
tip the scales in our favor.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
thanks for the information.
Is
We
there gonna
gotta
be like
go.
A homing beacon?
Have a good one.
I don't.
Can they
think
smell the
so.
scale? Why would they get along with me?
I start slowly like pushing the behind Trip's character with the edge of my broom to like coax him to walk forward as we progress forward.
I like have the horse skating like.
Who's
Oh.
standing behind me with a boner? Just
Well, Seraphina's
run
sitting on the
forward with
horse
my broom.
behind me, so
Well, so he's poking Serafina with his boner.
Maybe I'm poking the horse.
At this
with my
point, the
boner.
guy's just he's just sitting down on his rock and looks like he's pulling out a shaving kit and looks like he's gonna tidy himself up a bit.
hey, catch! And I toss him a mushroom.
He catches it, stuffs it in his pocket, and gives you a thumbs up.
Well, it's about time we start hitting the old swampy trail. And continue our conversation about Dragonborn heritages and race relations and Mr. Reeves' nipples.
I gain altitude very quickly.
Says the one who was talking about stroking his broom shaft earlier.
Hey, you don't come between a man and his broom shaft, all right?
Don't come. Oh, all right, fine.
You come with it, just not between it.
So you do know that Dragonborn have nothing to do with dragons, right?
How is
This-
that even possible? You're not making any sense at
This
all.
is a pretty widely covered topic on the Sword Coast. I mean, you ever thought about how you don't have a tail nor wings?
Is the Sword Coast like a giant sword?
Oh, that's right. You don't know anything about that either, do you?
Yeah,
You don't know
what
shit
is
about
this?
no Sword Coast. He ain't never been there.
Yeah,
Like,
what's this?
this sounds interesting. Is it like a giant
Quick
sword
question.
they
So are
put
you
on
guys
the
in
top?
motion at this point? Have you
Yes.
left him behind?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
He bids you all a fond farewell. And
I yell back for him to hold the door.
Leviathan, he kind of like holds you back from the group for a moment and like on the sly hands you another potion.
I'll take it. Does it look the same as the others?
No. I'll just tell you what it is. It's a superior healing potion. Or a
Sweet.
potion of superior healing.
Okay, I'm just giving him a nod. I'm not going to ask why he gave it to me, but I am going to be confused.
Probably because you ripped the cage off of his head.
Yeah, I mean, he gives it to you and again says, I can't thank you enough. He's like, at this point, he's got like a hairbrush out and he's like actually brushing his hair. He's like, this feels so good, I can't tell you.
I'm going to like do the classic mom thing, like, lick my thumb and like, yeah, on his eyebrows, just kind of, A little bit of grooming.
He's like, okay.
And say, it was my genuine pleasure.
You're gonna do great things.
And hopefully I see you again, Remus.
I think I might be doing a bit of traveling now.
Well, I'm sure our paths will intertwine once again.
I sure hope so.
You be safe.
You as well, adventurers.
And I'll give him another hug.
He embraces.
All right, and it's a nice, like very tender, like, passionate hug. Lasts for about 10 seconds, and then release and turn around.
All right. And so as you guys go off, he kind of sits back down and resumes doing what he was doing. Looks like he's tidying up his face and head, basically. You know, imagine if you had a cage on your head for months or maybe even years. You know, you wouldn't be able to shave, you wouldn't be able to brush your hair. Just so many things that would cause so much discomfort to have a cage on your head. Like, also considering, like, you literally cannot, like, lay down and, like, get your head in a good position because it's just gonna hang in whatever direction is down. So there's that, too. I mean, the guy, he looks like he's in rough shape, you know. Probably hasn't been eating very well. But that's all gonna change now, baby. But, I'd say you guys have seen enough of what he did to know that he's a very talented potion maker.
Whipped that shit like he was cooking up bricks in the kitchen. Dang.
Yep.
Should have put him in the bag of holding.
Until he suffocated and died.
We'll just leave it a crack open so he can breathe.
Put a
think it works like
snorkel.
Give him like a reed tube to breathe out of.
If it extended out from the bag of holding from like that dimension to this, maybe.
Maybe. That'd be a good magical item.
Robiathan has no idea how bags of holding work though, so.
Extra dimensional snorkel. That would probably work.
Shit, that's what I should have grabbed.
I'll get to work on that, guys. Don't worry.
Expect it by next week.
Right. Okay, so you guys continue onward?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Just about dusk time, you guys end up at the very edge of the marsh. And so there's a bit of forest and now the mountains in front of you. Like, you can see the mountains pretty clearly now. You're only a few miles away.
I'll point to the mountains and be like, hey, everybody, I think I see the mountains off there in the distance. Do you see them? Kind of like Dora the Explorer,
They're
obvious.
just very obvious.
Yeah.
Like, you literally can't not see them.
Yep.
Maybe before we go to the mountains, Garrett can tell us all he knows about the white dragons.
Yeah, is it time for stories? I mean, we're about to probably make camp.
I mean, we've already established that you have nothing to do with dragons, right?
But
Yeah, but I
he's
just don't
born of
understand.
dragons. He's a
Yeah,
dragon baby.
That's just a
That doesn't make
fancy
any
name
sense,
they
Garrett,
gave
at all.
themselves to feel better about being giant walking iguanas. And also, the
What's an
Sword
iguana?
Coast is pretty much the heart of civilization, so maybe someday we'll get to show you guys that.
But is it on a sword?
No, I think it's more of a metaphorical title for being in war quite often, but I don't
Is it
actually
on the
know.
coast?
It is on the coast, that's why it's called the Sword Coast.
Well,
Well
it's
spotted.
not- It doesn't have anything to do with sword.
Again, metaphorical, yes.
Now, when you say metaphorical,
The same way that you're a dragonborn. That's also metaphorical.
that still doesn't help me understand.
But
what a
why would I get more along with a
Because they're
dragon?
evil to the core.
That hurts.
And while you are different of your kind, it may be more willing to trust you than, say, Robiathan or I. It
But
can
Robiath and I have a lot in common.
I've noticed that, more particular in the last half hour than ever before.
No, but just look at us. We have a lot in common.
Yeah.
I'm not being race baited. I just want you to know that.
But now, are all dragons inherently evil? There's got to be some that break the stereotypes, right?
The metallic ones, yes. Do you really not know of any of this?
I mean, I've heard bits and pieces of stuff, but
Yeah, you're born of dragons. Shouldn't you know your heritage?
apparently I'm not related to dragons at all, according to Mr. Reeves.
Not even a little bit. Not even a
Shouldn't
smidge.
you? Why do you not know that? And he does. He's just a human.
Well, I don't know if I
You're a
believe.
big lizard.
I was fortunate
That's
enough to have a
impressive.
very good education growing up.
Yeah, and all
He
my
grew up in a
education
shack.
came from Grack, so I mean.
Yeah, but I think you'd still know if you're related to it. I don't think that someone related to a dragon would grow up in a shack.
I always thought I was related to a dragon. I was just a more humble dragon.
Dragons aren't poor.
Well, I kind of assume that not all dragons follow the norms.
Even in the Underdark, we know dragons aren't poor.
So what do dragons in the Underdark? They have lots of money, or what is riches?
All dragons have. That's like the one thing they do is they get lots of money.
Trip, make a history roll.
Well, I have lots of money. I have 239 gold pieces.
I look over to Dannerfluff, and I'm just like,
I'm so glad I got this broom, and I like go up another 20 feet.
Trip, you've spent enough time in the Underdark where, word of mouth, you would know that there is a city of Durgar, which are Underdark dwarves, in which their entire forges are controlled and lit daily by a ancient red dragon, and that's probably the wealthiest dragon that you would know about. That dragon is never gonna have to worry about money, even though that it always will because it's a dragon.
So
Get
like,
shit. Go ahead.
there's this one dragon, right, where the little they use its fire to forge stuff, and then I guess they give it lots of money, and it has like all the money in the Underdark, right? And it still wants more money.
Well, that
Like-
seems kind of greedy to me.
That's pretty
Isn't that
common.
dragons?
But I'm a dragon, and I'm not greedy.
I don't think you're a dragon.
Your eyes do light up at the sound of every magical item we come across.
That is true. I do like magical items. It's mainly because I haven't had much in my life. I'm 52 years old, and that's old for a dragonborn, and I've had nothing but the raggedy clothes and plate armor and whatever.
Yeah,
great
and
age.
aren't dragons like thousands of years old?
Wait, how? I thought I was always told that I was only going to live to be like 70 or 80. Mr. Reeves, am I going to live to be thousands?
No. Again, nothing to do with dragons.
Well,
No
I'm
wings.
a dragon-born. Why not call me like a reptile-born, a lizard-born?
Do you know what those words mean?
It means born. I know what that means. I know what a lizard is, yeah.
You have more in common with, say, a snake than you do with a dragon.
So who was my mother and father?
I'm not getting into that. I want nothing to do with that.
You
Oh,
might
come
not
on.
have one. I don't have a mom or a dad.
Then how was I born? A dragon.
Well, I was born from a bog.
And if I
You
was
could've-
born a dragon, what happened to make me not a dragon anymore?
You
Maybe
never
you're
were.
like,
Never
maybe
were.
you got like leprosy.
Now, what is leprosy?
Is like a degenerative disorder where it just eats away at you. Like maybe it ate your wings and tail off.
Oh my god. So maybe I was born a dragon, and then something happened to make me not a dragon, and so now I'm just dragon-born? That still doesn't make sense to me.
Yes, that's absolutely true. That's what happened. You got leprosy, and your wings and tail fell off, and now this is what you are. You're
That
a
is
proud
terrible.
and noble.
I must find the ones. I must find the ones who did this to me and claim vengeance on them in the name of Lathander. That should be our new goal.
I'm pretty.
As Tyr takes notice of your lie and casually points a pistol on his desk in your direction like the captain in fucking
Whoa!
Super Troopers.
Whoa! My vows have nothing to do with lying. I will recite them for you if necessary.
Why don't you go ahead, Mr. Bows?
I can do anything I want in the name of devotion, as long as, it's not evil and shit. It's
Yeah.
pretty...
Oath of vengeance. I'm about to take vengeance on the people that made me not a dragonborn.
And I will tell you that Jaga did it. You should just go get him.
Get him.
But what if Jaga wasn't
Get
here
'em.
when he was born?
Oh, fuck. My first one is honesty. Don't lie to
Garrett's an oath breaker.
me. Rip.
Get shit on.
I forgot about that one.
Here,
Yeah.
we'll remember that.
Tyr will
I was-
remember that.
Was doing the more compassion and, looking out for the little guy thing.
That's what I do. You think of the bigger picture.
I know my vows.
I will recite them for you.
Shit, don't-
This is literally.
That's why I said go ahead.
Literally the first one.
I
Oh, no shit.
Sounds like you need to study some more.
Whatever.
All right, so I was born a dragon. I got leprosy, and then Jaga took away my dragonness, and now I'm just a dragonborn that's not actually a dragon.
I mean, it's just.
Are other dragonborns actually dragons then?
What if like
No.
not just like you, but like what if Jaga gave like a whole clutch of little baby dragons leprosy?
Oh,
That's what made you.
oh my God, I'm gonna have
And
to
then
ask them.
like trickled down economics.
Trickle down racial economics. I have a lot to think about.
Is that something you do out loud?
A lot of times, yes. Helps my thought process to think out loud.
I think the mushroom helped his thinking. It helps my thinking.
And that mushroom really perked me up. It's a good one.
Yeah, it wasn't the tastiest, but it really gets the juices flowing.
Good for you, I imagine, too. Good brain.
I mean, it's got me to this old
and how old are you?
without
again?
leprosy. Close to 700.
Dang, you're not a single case of leprosy.
No, maybe Drow are immune to leprosy.
Maybe it was a confusion, like Dragonborn, Dragonborn.
Meanwhile,
I think we're cousins.
everybody make a perception check. It is not vision.
The dog's like, all right, enough of this.
No, you guys were doing good. I just, before I forget, this is something that I want you to roll. All right.
You're fine.
Seraphina and Trip, you both hear a loud boom in the distance. Sounds like something very heavy falling and just hitting the ground.
Oh shit! Didn't he say something about giants?
But
Yeah, which we
it's
knew.
it's coming from the direction of the mountains, and it's definitely on the other side of what forest is left between you two. Trip and Seraphina, you guys can both roll insight with advantage. Okay. Seraphina, you reason, like, you kind of recognize the sound. It sounds like a large portcullis falling. You know, like falling shut, like a large gate kind of closing.
That's weird.
Do you pass that along to the party, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Stop.
In the name of love.
I was gonna
That
say
was
collaborate
really
and
loud.
listen, but
Seraphina, do you know a lot about leprosy? Because you're a cleric.
no, she's
don't
still
know.
she's a vampire human, not a leper.
She's not,
I'm not a human.
That's what I say. That's what Leviathan says. Huh?
I'm a genasi.
But like cleric's supposed to get rid of leprosy.
Wait, now hold on. What is a genasi?
What human do you know that has a flaming head?
I thought you just had a fiery personality. I don't know. I haven't asked that yet. I've been wanting to ask. It's been on my mind. Don't worry. What is a genasi?
I
Is
am
that like,
descendant of a djinn.
what is it, like the drink or?
Oh no! You know how you're
DJINN.
dragonborn? I think she's a genie that got leprosy.
Wait, a genie? Now those aren't real.
No, there they are, because she's a descendant of one.
No. She said she's a descendant of the jinn.
Yeah, a djinn is the real term for genie. Genie's like the slang term.
Yeah, but genies aren't real. That's just fairy tales, children's stories, right?
No, that's how you get things like this, and I just point at Serafina.
I thought she got bit.
Haven't there been like
No,
old wars involving djinn?
She's a genasi vampire. You don't have to, like, you could be a dragonborn vampire.
Oh.
That's like saying George Washington was a myth. There have been real instances of real djinn fighting in real wars. Or
Never in
causing
Greg's
war.
house. Well, alright, so there are genies. Those are real. Like, from a lamp?
I don't believe
Sorry.
they really lived in lamps.
Yeah, do they come in lamps?
Sorry if I'm being offensive. I really don't know.
Neither do I. I just know what Serafina's told me.
Stop. Another round of perception checks. This one is sight.
So me and Lou have advantage being on the broom.
Yes.
God damn.
Yeah, the same roll I did last time. Same
We're hitting a
nine.
lot of turbulence.
Is that everybody?
It's getting bumpy up here.
Yeah, oh,
It is
sorry,
slightly
I
raining
didn't see
out.
Garrett's. Alright, so Garrett and Trip, I need... Garrett, you can either roll History or Arcana. Trip, you can either roll... Yeah, yours would just be Arcana, Trip. Okay. So Trip, you've never seen anything like this before, but Garrett, you recognize... You've heard of these creatures before, though you've never actually seen one. Very far in the distance, you can see these small motes of light moving across the sky, and it takes you a moment to, like, focus your eyes and really, like, get a good glimpse of it over the trees. Those 4 motes are actually flaming hooves. This is a nightmare bearing a rider, and it is heading towards the west.
Can I roll to wake up?
No.
How far away?
Miles.
Oh, so I'll give like a quick whistle up, and then to Danderfluff and Rick, like, get down below the trees.
Are they still talking?
No, we're done. We're done, right?
Well, no, we're not done yet.
Zip
I
it.
start going back up. I'm just kidding. I descend down to shoulder level with Garrett. I'm
Sorry.
assuming you're on your horse, right?
And what was your
No, just walking.
what was your
Okay.
perception, Garrett? 19.
19, yeah.
What's going on?
I just point the group towards the 4 flaming horse hooves.
Yeah, I'm gonna
that's
say for you, Garrett, because your rolls were so high, no roll required for an insight. That's probably the Black Knight who
Makes sense, yeah.
Remus had referred to. And he's definitely not heading in your direction, so sounds like Remus was a man of his word and threw him off the trail.
Yeah, figured it'd be best if you weren't in the sky when he came rushing by.
Oh no, appreciate it. Thank you kindly.
So, you guys have a decision, because you're right at the edge of where the forest is. Like, moving from marsh into forest.
Mm-hmm.
You can stop here for the night, or you can continue forward the last couple miles and potentially get to your destination before resting. It's entirely up to you.
I guess we have a couple expended spells, huh?
Just one.
Well, how long have we
Good
been
from Joey.
like moving for since we last rested?
Oh, it's been at least 8 or 9 hours of travel since you left the tower.
I don't mind going forward.
I mean, I kind of got a little bit of like. I've been on this stick wedged between my ass cheeks for 8 hours. I mean, could we just maybe perhaps get into the cover of the woods and then like maybe I need to stretch my legs and.
I have the Moander Manor.
Oh yeah, let's. Well, we're gonna be able to throw that out in the woods without making it like pretty. How big is it again?
Like 30 feet tall.
Yeah, it made a lot of noise if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you guys have seen it. You would know that if you deploy it anywhere around here, it's definitely going to be seen over the tops of the trees.
Yeah, how about we not do
Maybe
that?
not
then?
all the trees, but enough of them that it's not going to provide you. Like, the forest isn't going to provide any cover. So, I mean,
Right.
anybody viewing from a distance will say, oh, there's a tower over there.
That's new.
Yeah, I don't remember that. Who put a goddamn tower in my front yard? Get on in my property!
I mean, seeing as we're trying to keep low profile, say just kind of a stealth camp in the woods for a little bit, you know.
You
get all
kids
rested
keep
up.
your goddamn hands off my green beans, my collard greens, and my squash.
Okay. No problem.
Someone say
I'm right,
microwave?
squash noise.
You look at my lips when I say the word microwave. Watch my mouth when I say the word bacon.
I'll defer to the judgment of the group on if we want to continue for the next couple hours or if we want to rest.
If you can't decide, flip a coin.
I haven't used any spells, so it's up to you guys who've used spells.
I do not feel strongly one way or the other.
I wonder if that video still has even likes and dislikes.
I have chasing in my ass crack, so I would like to rest, please.
All right, let's set up camp.
Good, that'll give us more time to talk.
I feel
Yeah,
great. We should keep moving.
Can we set it up like just outside the swamp in the wood part so we're not like camping in the swamp?
I would imagine that would probably be something that you want to do, yes.
Okay, I was just clarifying.
And I'll find a nice dry, more slightly elevated area and nice, comfortable place to set up camp.
Okay, so give me an idea of what each of you guys are doing individually to set up camp.
I'm gonna wait for them to gather firewood, and then I'm gonna go like this, and I turn the fire on with Druidcraft.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I stopped them as they're assembling the fire pit. Like, is it daytime, nighttime?
It's getting to be nighttime.
Wait, I thought we were traveling in nighttime and it's getting to be daytime.
Then that.
Oh,
I've
yeah,
probably
okay,
just,
then
I've been speaking. It's just the usual for me to have parties moving during the day. That's my bad.
Yep, that's cool.
I would just make sure that all the wood is dry so we don't have like a big smoke column giving away our position and maybe drawing the Black Knight to us. Do you want me to roll like survival or nature on that or something?
Survival. I mean, you do a pretty good job. I mean, it's not a very high DC to determine the difference between green wood and dry wood. What up, Chankla?
So how long you guys want to set up camp for?
I'm gonna set up my bedroll next to Garrett's. Not like immediately directly next to, but
Sure. I wouldn't even have set that up yet. I'd be tending to the horse because I don't think any of you know how to do that.
Okay.
I do. I have good animal.
No
Yeah,
roll
brush
required,
him
Buckle.
down into-
This horse looks exhausted.
Yeah, that's the impression that I got. And
do you have anything to beat it?
Well, yeah, I was gonna give it one of my rations, which I think are just dry, gross stuff anyway. But I'm sure it'll love it. And do I have the impression that it's levels of exhaustion or hit point loss?
Probably a bit of both.
Okay, I will sink lay on hands into it until it can't take anymore. Just like fill it up, just
Okay.
and then
Yep.
Are you
I'll.
gassing the horse?
So however many that is. Yes, and I was gassing up the horse.
Yes.
And then after doing that, then I'll say probably an 8-hour rest would be fine because I need that to get that back.
Okay. Anything else that you guys want to make note of before you make camp?
Can I make a hammock using my broom? Like attaching
That's so cool.
the blanket to one end of it and then another end of it to a tree so I can just like lay in that off the
No, I'm
ground?
pretty sure you need to either be holding or mounted on your broom for it to stay flying.
Oh yeah, the broom stops hovering when you land. What if I put like the bottom end of it into the dirt, right? Like a staff. Well, I'll just use my staff. Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's probably an easier way.
Yeah, I just set up a hammock in the trees.
Roll survival. I guess you could call it a hammock. It has the
Like-
rough general shape of a hammock. How well
I'm
it
just, like-
functions remains to be seen.
Wedged in there. It's not spread out enough.
It's more of a polyp than a hammock.
Yeah, I'm gonna be investigating my body for any signs of like at once severed limbs, or like
Make a medicine check.
Is that what we're calling it now? Investigating our bodies?
hell yeah.
It's a special time in a Dragonborn's life.
He's becoming a man.
You kind of like run your hands over your body. You can't find any like scar tissue or lumps or anything denoting that you would have at some time had a tail or wings or anything like that. And you also notice that your beard is filling in nicely.
I had forgotten about that. I'll just kind of feel that, and I'll feel manly. Does Garrett have a beard?
One of neglect rather than grooming.
Hell yeah, then I'll feel extra cool.
Look, we're beard brothers.
Yeah,
We should rub them together for luck.
he's gonna shave his beard the next day.
He remembers the last time that happened. Yeah. Last time he tried to rub beards with me, he died. So let's not.
Hey,
That was a different
wasn't
character.
Leviathan. That was Mickey.
I'm talking to Joey.
That was with
I know, I'm
Voldemort,
trying to deflect.
the monk that must not be named.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else that you guys want to make note of before doing a rest?
Can I use Druidcraft to decay all the grass around my area?
Sure.
I do that.
Noted. Anything else?
I do it around Seraphina's spot too.
Anything else important?
Not for me.
I will watch after my 4 hours.
Okay, well, we're actually going to take a break, so we'll do a watch order when we get back.
In the meantime, can I just summon a familiar or find familiar?
Yeah, sure.
Just gonna get an owl.
Done.
Sweet.
So, when we get back, we'll figure out what your guys' watch order is going to be, and also if any shenanigans happen during the evening. So, we're going to take a short break, guys. We'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. We only take one break, so it's a bit of an extended one, so people can get up, use the bathroom, take care of animals, etc., etc. So, stick around, everybody. We will be right back. I will put on some tunes for you while we are away.
Is your heart black and full of hate?
Black as midnight, black as pitch, blacker than the foulest witch.
That is why I have called you here. Since I must remain in darkness, you shall be my eyes and ears.
Do me great honor, Lord.
Alright guys, let me check in with the group, and we should be good to go momentarily. Alright guys, I'll keep you company while we're waiting. So I wanted to take a moment again to thank Mal for that host, and for the sub, and everybody for the hosts and the resubs. You guys have been amazing tonight, so thank you very, very much for that. Wanted to reiterate that they extended September to October 18th, I believe. So I'm pretty sure it's still half off new subs until then. Additionally, we've got a new goat bar to work on, so if we get that filled, we'll be doing another 12-hour stream. And we did fill the one last month, so I'll be scheduling the 12-hour stream for that sometime within the next few weeks. I have to get some schedules worked out with my various players and figure out when we're going to do that. But anyway, I think we're pretty much good to go. Let me check in with these guys, and we'll see how we're doing. Alright, here we go. Let's get everybody unmuted, and voila! We are back. So, anybody want to do a quick recap of what people might have missed if they just got here? At least as far as this session?
I've had some just wonderfully engaging and eye-opening conversations. Learning a lot about draconic race relations.
Anatomy in general.
Yep. Bonding with Nyloth a bit.
Nice. Alright. So, you guys had an interaction with an interesting individual, which actually tended, well, it was a pretty positive encounter, would you guys say, right? Overall, I mean, you guys got some potions, you made a new friend.
Dude was dope, yeah.
He was definitely a strange individual, but at no point did you guys ever get a feeling of, like, sinister intent from him. He just struck you more as a weirdo than anything. Which should feel very new in my streams. Running into a weird NPC? Who ever heard of such a thing? What kind of asshole would do such a thing?
He told us the Black Knight wants Garrett's nipples so he can transform into Garrett.
That's
may
very well be
true. Yep. That's exactly what he said. He's going to go around wearing my nipple mask. It'll be good. Blend right into society.
So would that be like goggles where your nipples are like the flaps that cover them? And you can just flip, 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 flip.
I'm thinking more like the Comcast shirts from South Park, right?
Oh, with the nipples cut out?
Or
Oh,
it
yeah.
could be like
But that flap-
knobs for adjusting focus.
Mm-hmm. Well, mm-hmm. Could be.
Binocular, sort of.
And thank you very much, Mal, for the 5 bits. It says charity and nipples. I'm sorry, hashtag charity and nipples.
It'd be like the tiniest bra.
That sounds awful, Iwa. That sounds really terrible.
It's like my lips are burning a little bit, and then the vape just...
So you got like
it's
icy hot
gross.
lips?
Icy hot lips with a little... It's like I'm inhaling icy hot.
That sounds healthy. Alright. So following that, you made your way to the edge of the marsh, which is where you have decided to make camp for the day, because you guys are on a nighttime schedule. So, work out your watch order. And
I'll
we'll
take
take it
first
from
watch.
there.
I will get the last. I'm gonna sleep the first 4 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll take the first watch.
Each
I'll
watch
take
is
second.
4 hours, I'm assuming. Unless you want to break it up more than that, you can.
We can get our full rest if the rest of us do 2 hours and 6 hours of sleeping. That counts as a full rest.
Okay.
So Rebiathan and Garrett can split up the last 4 hours.
Alright, so just give it to me in an order, and each person tell me how many hours you're watching for. Just so I have it worked out in my brain.
Leviathan 2.
Garrett
Right?
2.
Yeah.
And Nyla 4.
Okay.
Yep.
Noted. Rebiathan. So real quick, is there anything anybody else wanted to note or do before going to sleep?
No.
Lou, you said that you had summoned a familiar, an owl.
Yeah, I'm gonna have him do my watch for me.
Okay.
Actually, can he just do the be on watch the whole time, even when the other people are on
I
watch?
think so. I don't believe familiars need to sleep.
No. And if Garrett and I are splitting the first, 4 hours, and then Nyloth has the next 4, we don't need you don't actually need to take a watch.
Okay, I'll just leave the familiar up just for an extra pair of eyes.
Cool.
Let me see if I can find the owl stats.
Yep, you should be able to look that up in the compendium. Let me make sure. Yep, there's a regular owl in there.
Yeah, I got it.
Yep, and it gives you like the perception skill if you scroll down. Okay. So, first watch, Rebiathan. Roll a D100, please. Okay, and a perception. Okay. You don't notice anything out of the ordinary except for the fact that you do kind of see a large migrate. Like, over time, gradually over the 2 hours, you see an unusual number of critters working their way out of the forest and into the swamp and just kind of heading south.
Okay, and that's it.
It's the only thing that you see is just normal daytime woodland critters. So there's squirrels, chipmunks, birds, maybe an elk here or there, but nothing predatory, nothing that you see as a danger.
All right, then after my 2 hours is done, I'll go gently and lovingly wake up Garrett, tenderly.
How are you tenderly waking up Garrett?
Well, softly, just not gonna abruptly wake him up.
So you're like running the back of your hand over his cheek, or
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Kind of grazing the side of his cheek, and gently rubbing his shoulder until he wakes up.
I'm sure he's stoked on that.
I'm gonna pretend I'm still asleep.
Can you roll something to make sure Garrett's not like having a dream and thinking of Murfana?
No, because you're sleeping. Or
I'll make
meditating,
a
rather.
check to see if I notice this bacon.
I'm not actually pretending to stay asleep. I just sit up and push his hand away and ask if he's seen anything.
Oh yeah, and I'll relay everything that I had saw. The normal woodland critters, nothing predatorial, migration, things moving south, etc.
Okay. Go to sleep then.
I go to sleep.
I'm going to move away from the firelight. Do we still have a fire going? Oh, we never actually started it, right? I'm just going to sit a little bit outside of the camp, so for my watch. I don't like the woods
Which
there.
direction?
Northeast.
Noted. So you're moving a bit further into the forest.
Yeah. Just basically just outside of that, so if I can see things creeping in or whatever.
All right. Roll a D100.
Okay, I can do that. Not 1,000, dummy.
And a perception. Okay. You hear and see more of the same of what Rebiathan relayed to you. Though you also hear occasional, loud crashes, like branches cracking, stuff like that. a good distance to your east. It's not in any type of close proximity. You can't see what's making this sound, but it's something obviously very large moving through the forest. With a 16, you'd gauge its distance would be at least a mile away. It's just like the sound of these branches breaking and stuff like that is just in a sharp contrast to the other sounds of the forest, which is what's, that's how you're able to kind of pick it up.
I generally hear that outside my back door most nights, and it's terrifying regardless.
Bears. Fucking bears.
It could be.
Have you ever thought you've seen Bigfoot?
No, never.
What about alien, like a UFO?
We as a species have collectively agreed that there's no such thing as UFOs, Bigfoots, the Loch Ness Monster, and a Chupacabra, because we now carry cameras with us 24/7, and we have not developed any pictures of these things.
What about Santa?
Again,
Santa's real.
No, there's lots of pictures of Santa.
Samsa, he exists.
mean,
He's a good kid.
No, but I
If
meant
you
you
wanna
on a
count
personal
people
level. Like,
dress
have you
up
ever
as
been like,
Santa
that's
as
fucking
Santa?
creepy?
First off, no one develops pictures anymore.
Grandpa.
I was gonna be pegged on that.
And the cloud doesn't. That's the thing. The cloud doesn't work in those areas. Okay.
And the cloud can automatically detect when a picture of those creatures is uploaded, and so the government hides them.
Yep, it's an algorithm.
Yeah.
Either that or they die and the phones are just lost in the mud.
It's because of Steve Jobs
And the coral reefs aren't
and
dying.
Pete Rose.
Yeah, the coral reefs definitely aren't bleached.
I will concede to Ewok, saying that if someone's getting close enough to some of these things, they may just outright be killed, and their pictures are never found.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
Or like all the other stuff aside from UFOs.
Yeah, people are getting pictures of Santa Claus, and he's killing them. Sorry,
That's probably accurate.
Well,
They probably
isn't
were not
anyone who
kidding.
dresses up as Santa Claus technically a Santa Claus while they're dressed up?
No, it's cosplay.
So anyway, Buckle,
Yes.
do you just kind of keep an eye out, or do you investigate closer?
Does it sound like it's coming closer at all?
Roll an insight.
Okay. I don't know
Could
what
be.
it is. I'm just dumb. It's getting closer.
Could be.
I actually go nudge Nyloth because he could probably see in the dark the best. And then, depending on if he wakes up or not.
How deep into meditation are you, Trip?
Normal?
Alright. Make a Constitution save.
Does he get +2 because he's within 10 feet of me?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I was looking. At level 20, you become an archdruid, right? And you have unlimited wild shapes? How do you kill an archdruid?
Very
Reduce
carefully.
hit points to 0.
I know, but like, oh, you knock him out of the shape. He just goes back into a shape. Like, keep giving yourself health.
Simple. You keep him from wild shaping.
And then turn him into a giant Frankenstein monster to kill us. So...
Well, how else was I going to get my hands on Hashirama's cells?
I don't watch the anime. I don't know what you're talking about.
Does anybody here know what I'm talking about? Or did that just fall
No.
on totally deaf? Okay, Trip's with me. Alright.
No, I don't know what you said.
Hashirama's cells? The first Hokage?
It's not a
I don't
Hokage.
watch Naruto.
Does Nyloth wake up? Does he snap out of his thing?
He has the option to, and if you do, you will get the benefits of your full rest. It's close enough to the 4-hour mark at this point.
He
Okay.
like nudges me, and I open up my bug eye.
Does that have an eyelid? I just assumed it was.
It actually
looking at
has
it all the time.
2.
Oh, gross. Okay.
It's got his
does
like
it?
normal eyelid, which is stretched over it, and then that like milky white membrane that like fish and sharks have.
Do they go different ways too? Like one goes like this, and one goes like that.
Correct.
Yuck.
Awesome. I do that and like open and shut a few times so I can see. And I'm like,
Something big in the woods over there.
Also, it's not dark, by the way, Buckle.
That's not. I know. Can you send some bugs over to ask what it is?
Can I pick a flea out of Garrett's hair?
I don't have fleas.
I'm sure you have one.
I don't have fleas.
Roll investigation.
What
Trip.
about lice or something, maybe? Yeah?
I have an aura of protection that keeps away fleas.
Damn it.
You find no fleas. I'll fuck
Yeah.
off and send some bugs.
That was the
There-
first nat one of the night. I was hoping that.
There are no bugs on Garrett.
That's such a double-sided statement too. We don't know whether or not there actually is, or you can't find them.
Only
Maybe
one way
they
to
just
find
hid 'em
out.
really well.
I don't have bugs. Fuck off.
Bugs, I beckon thee to me.
Is that really how you do that?
Roll animal handling.
I can just kind of talk to them, Garrett. What's up?
He's like, "Come here, bugs," and you just hear loud scattering, just getting further away.
I do the opposite. There's like a giant fucking spider in the tree above us just hanging out. Like Shelob, and it gets down and just goes into the forest.
A praying mantis lands on Garrett's shoulder, shakes its ass hindquarters in both of your faces, and then flies away.
Is it working? No. Oh. Should we go see what it is?
Should we have a little adventure?
That's kind of what I'm proposing, yeah.
Ooh.
It's not a smart thing to do. No, I can't
like that
leave
idea.
Serafina. I heard this story once about a druid that turned into a panther and ran into a troll, and then he ain't got no feet no more. I don't want to be that druid.
Should I wake up
I can't turn
someone else?
into a panther. What about Rick? He has that owl. And it's like probably looking like right at us.
Where did he get an owl?
You would have seen him summon that before you started resting.
Playing dumb.
Your microphone got a bit quiet, Buckle.
It did?
Yep. For me, anyway.
Same for me.
I think it's because we're whispering.
No, my...
Oh, no, it did get quiet.
Just sitting here doing nothing. My levels dropped 30%.
Yeah, you must have something enabled where it's like, take control of my microphone shits.
And I have that turned off because shit keeps taking control of my microphone.
Weird. Are you using headset mic?
No, my AT2020 up here.
Weird.
Yeah, that happens to me all the time, by the way.
Every time I sit down, like I get in Discord and people are like, "We can't hear you." Okay, hold on.
My levels are set too.
Was that Nikki?
See, mine
No.
just does the
No.
opposite. It goes up to like I set it to 70, and then it'll go up to like 90, and I feel like I'm yelling at chat.
Yeah, no, mine's at where I usually leave it at. Weird.
I don't know. Computer shit in the bed. I gotta replace it anyway.
Fucking Windows 10. I just blame everything on Windows 10 because it's probably that. Right? Like, it's probably
Could be.
that.
Okay. So in that case, I will. Shut up, Kath. I creep over and Did Rick actually get his tent set up, or his hammock set up going with the staff and junk?
Yeah, I mean, like, there's, like, an arm and a leg kind of, like, hanging out the side of it. Like, it's a very slack hammock, so it's more of, like, he's almost, like, sitting in a shopping bag trying to sleep.
Can Garrett be, like, on one side and I'm on the other side, like, at a dentist's office?
Sure, dude.
Hey, sure.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah, I'm, like, poking his nose.
Rick.
His nose hair, like, one sticking out and start, like, wiggling it.
Alright. Rick, you wake up.
We need to borrow your owl.
Yeah, there's something in the woods.
Well, okay, where at?
Over there.
I think you have a cavity.
What? What? What?
Your mouth was open and I saw you had a big hole in the tooth.
Don't worry about that right now.
They're not even real.
How do fake teeth get cavities?
I don't know. Maybe I got some stuff stuck in it and it's all black. I don't know. I was chewing on licorice.
Okay.
I want licorice.
I just ate the last. I'll get next time we're going down. I just ate the last piece before I went to bed.
Okay. But also there's a big thing in the woods.
Alright, I'm commune telepathically with my owl, and I will send him that way to go scout.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Are you
And then I, like, slide
gonna
away.
like watch through the owl's eyes?
Yeah.
I expected him to say, I'm going to commune telepathically with it, then go right back to sleep.
Yeah, it looks like he just goes back to sleep. Like he's like,
That's probably actually what he would do.
Like, hey, go scout out that area or something moving around. Wake me up if it's something I need.
And I just like roll back and go back to sleep.
Okay.
So no, I don't look through its eyes.
Owl swoops off, starts flying towards the east. And Rick goes back to sleep. So, Buckle, do you start your or continue your rest rather, or do you stay awake?
I'm going to wait for the reporting back of the owl, because now I'm interested.
All right. Well, what's the speed on an owl?
Your speed
60.
on owls.
Laden or unladen?
All right. So,
Dank reference, Buckle.
that's 600 feet in a minute. Okay. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the owl comes swooping back over and lands at its previous perch where he had left it before.
Is that a good sign or bad sign?
Who are you talking to?
Nyloth, because you're asleep.
Oh.
I don't know, it's not a real owl, so I can't really...
Is that a real owl?
No. Wait, is it? Is it the same owl, or is it just a coincidence?
I think
That'd be a
it's
hell
the
of
same,
a coincidence.
it's the same owl. I just didn't know it's not real. Throw a stick at it.
Throw a stick in
Roll dex.
Oh, for the owl?
No, for Trip.
Oh.
See if you can even hit it with a stick. Garrett, I need you to make a dexterity save with
Holy hell,
disadvantage.
Trip! What is going on?
That's because you guys were talking about how I get 20.
It's not natural,
Oh
and it's
my.
actually a 3.
It is, regardless, a terrible roll. So, I am going to
My
determine.
God. I think. I think
The whole
like,
camp
the
catches on fire.
apocalypse has come.
There's no fire, and it still catches on fire.
This is fine.
No,
This
this
is
is this is a bit worse than that, I'm afraid.
Oh,
This Notice how all 3 times Buckle has told me to do something, it's been a 1.
He's
What's
passing his ones off to you
what's your dex modifier?
by telling you to roll.
Please don't go butt any of my rolls ever, please.
Yeah, Buckle usually declines them. So he may want to reconsider.
Nope. Lay it on me. I told him to throw the stick.
That is true. Hold on a second, I gotta find the page for this. Oh boy, how graphic am I allowed to be?
He threw a stick, not a spear.
It's your channel. Yeah.
Alright. The good news, I guess, Trip, is that you threw the stick at the ground. The bad news is that on its way to the ground, as it's still in your hand and you're swinging your arm, Garrett turned and you hit his eyeball with it and knock it out of his head. Like
this dangling?
The stick's got like a rough end to it and basically kind of like skewers the eye and rips it out in one.
I didn't roll a natural
motion.
1.
Is it still attached and just dangling?
Part of it.
Okay.
And you're gonna take 5 points of damage from that, Buckle.
Oh, okay. So, I'd like the Constitution save to not scream.
Allowed.
It's a 15.
Okay, you're good. You're able to stifle yourself.
So I try to look at you, but it's just one eye looking at you, and the other one.
That's fucking gross, Garrett.
Nyla's just gonna be like, and try and like, put it back.
You've done enough. Do not touch it.
You told me to do it.
And then whatever lay on hands I have left, I'm gonna use.
You'd have no lay on hands, right? Because didn't you use it on the horse?
He didn't tell me how much I use on the horse, so whatever I've got left, I'll use.
All right. So you use your 5 points of lay on hands.
Okay. That puts me down to 0. And if that doesn't start healing... Oh, wait a minute. That puts me back up to full health. How many points of lay on hands do I have left, just in case? I have 30 total. How much I use on the horse versus how much I use on me?
I'll let you determine that. I trust you.
Let's say I have 5 left, just in case.
Okay. So the bleeding does stop, the pain stops as you lay on hands, but you quickly realize you cannot see out of what's left of your eye. And it kind of just droops back out. It's not... there's not enough of it there to be held in the orbital socket anymore. Really just loose nerves at this point.
Oh.
Oh yeah, he like shredded it. Like part of it is still on the stick.
Why'd you look at the stick?
Maybe he was gonna turn and say something to you, who knows?
Even cure wounds wouldn't fix that?
No, you're looking at a regenerate at this point.
Oh.
Hey, at least you get a cool eye patch now.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right side, Garrett. You're closer to your god.
What?
Because God's blind.
Oh, clever.
Right? Tyr's blind, right?
Yeah, well,
He was also missing a hand. So let's hope the resemblance doesn't continue.
I pull out a bunch of...
Yeah, I actually own 2 pairs of eye patches. I can send you one if you'd like.
I'm good, thanks.
You used eye patches.
Yeah, they're for playing Kogan before he got his eyes fixed.
I guess I'd pull out something, piece of cloth from my bag, and do an eye patch, I guess.
Cool.
All right. So the only thing you're going to need to note is that your perception checks are going to be at normal for the time being until you can get that fixed.
Presumably sight-based ones, but other ones?
Yeah, like if it's hearing, stuff like that, it should still apply for your shield.
Okay. Yeah, I have a shield.
But besides that, there's no other penalties. Like, you don't get any combat-based penalties for that. Just the knockdown on perception.
Okay.
Hey, Thog.
Mm-hmm.
Does my owl, like, wake me up with its report, or does it just come back and just chill there?
It just comes back and chills.
Fucking lazy motherfucker.
It's like preening itself right now.
Not even doing its job right.
Looks a little tired.
You said only to wake you up when it found something, right?
I guess. Well, I told it to, like, go out there and check it out, and I just kind of assumed it would come back and tell me. You know, like, hey, there's a fucking big thing coming, or like, nah, it's all clear, good.
Well, I believe your words were, wake me up if anything dangerous is coming.
Is that
Something.
what I said?
That's what I
Yeah,
thought,
that's
yeah.
pretty close to what you said, if not exactly, so...
Okay, I'm just fucking snoozing then.
And you guys would have heard him say that, I guess. So I mean, you could infer that there's no immediate danger.
So you just
I mean, aside from that,
Didn't wake him up, so I'm gonna assume it's not a threat, and then I'll just...
emptiness. I don't know. I don't even know where to begin with that. Thank you very much for the 4-month resub, and he says distractions. I captain.
He said one of the eyes is slashed out.
Yeah. Though, to be fair, I'm also willing to wreck on this a little bit if you want to try and save the whole eye. Because, I mean, like, Trip would have seen that part of the eye was stuck to the stick when you were doing your whole healing spiel, so... there's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little annoyed because it was just in a goofing around scenario versus a, serious story scenario.
Sure.
So, whatever it takes to fix that.
Because, I mean, you would know, like, you know how healing works. You know that you need the whole organ there to heal. Like, otherwise it's just going to heal what's there. You know what I mean? So, you would know that.
Sure.
And, like, even holding it, you'd know that the eyeball, that, like, the piece that's hanging out of your face that's not a full eye. Like, that's way too light.
Sure.
So... you can either try and retrieve or have Nyloth do it. It's up to you.
Nyloth should probably get it since it was his stick.
Okay, then no roll required.
Oh, I'm gonna roll medicine to help.
Okay.
If you just take some like chewing gum and like put the pieces together, then squish it, I will not be happy.
All right. Trip. Roll just dexterity, but with advantage. Okay. I will say that you were able to very deftly remove this chunk of eyeball from the stick. And looks like you got all of it. So, Buckle, I'm assuming at that point you attempt to do your lay on hands?
Yeah.
Okay. You'll end up using your full whatever you have left for lay on hands. You're gonna have to jam into this.
If I need to use spells too, let me know, because I would assume that would affect the resting.
You won't need to use spells, just the rest of your lay on hands pool.
Okay.
And we'll say maybe like a slight color change.
I could suffer a color change.
Um,
Alright, do you have brown eyes?
Yeah, I was gonna ask what color your eyes were.
Because under brown eyes, they're actually blue eyes if you scrape the brown away. Like, actual facts.
That doesn't sound right, but I don't know enough about eyes to dispute it.
It's gross enough that it sounds cool, and I'll just go around with heterochromia.
Leviathan has red eyes. You should make him have a red eye.
Yeah, you can either go full blue eye, buckle, or you can do like brown with blue with like a blue slash across it.
I'll do the full blue eye. I think that sounds coolest.
Okay.
Creepy looking too.
Update the fan art. Just kidding.
Retcon all the fan art.
Make new fan art.
Yeah, start looking like Bowie or something.
Sorry about that. I'm just gonna quick to deal with the owl.
Okay, I'll be pushing this back into socket till it feels right.
Yeah, your lay on hands kind of assists with that.
Sure, but now it's just mental scarring where I'm like...
I mean, like, my reasoning is if magical healing can, like, mend bones and seal skin and that type of stuff, it should be able to suck an eye back into the socket.
I would hope so. Because otherwise you're, like, pulling out the other eye to get them to get back into...
Right.
That's not how I...
It's like
totally how they work.
It's like flossing your face, dude.
It's like trying to get a hoodie string.
Yeah, exactly. Says a lot when I've actually pulled those out.
You pull it way too tight and the top of your head just gets like bulbous. Like fucking Brainiac.
Rick.
Alright.
Your owl's back.
Alright.
I ripped Garrett's eye out and we fixed it.
He did.
You can see, obviously has two
We're
different
doing the
colored
like
eyes now.
doctor thing.
I just kind of like open one eye and look over at Garrett.
Jeez.
Close my eye very quickly. Oh. Mm.
We were trying to throw a stick at your owl because it didn't say anything.
But we got what we deserved and we won't do that again.
Yeah. I don't
Garrett,
think Peter
just
would like that too much.
Garrett, both of our left eyes are fucked.
Mm. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, it didn't wake me up, so ain't nothing dangerous out there. Like, is it cool?
See.
Hold on.
Also, what is it considered dangerous?
Okay. I mean, give me a second to ask it real quick.
And I relay the information to the owl.
Okay. The owl says, "Thank you very much, Kodos, for that $2 holla, and also for that 4-month resub." Like, you see how I did that there?
Smooth.
No, but seriously, what's the intelligence of this?
I think doesn't Find Familiar also bump it?
I think so, but it's not telling me on this.
Find Familiar, blah, 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 blah.
Maybe this will give me better information. Let me look up the actual spell, because I'm pretty sure Find Familiar, like, increases its intelligence score. Or something?
Yeah, like gives it a baseline or something.
I think so. But, like, the Roll20 thing isn't telling me that, so... Yeah, no, it doesn't say that it makes it intelligent. You can just communicate with it telepathically.
Right. So I just ask it, like, what did you see?
Alright. And an owl has wisdom of 12, an intelligence of 2. I'm gonna roll for this. It says, it basically conveys to you, the idea of a large humanoid dancing.
Like, what kind of human? Just like, that's all I get. I don't get any, like, details of...
It's basically like you're relying on the intelligence of an owl to tell you what it's seen. So...
Right. Well, apparently there's something off dancing in the woods, and dancing ain't a bad thing, so, I mean...
I have a lot of follow-up questions, but I'm going to go to bed instead.
Yeah, we're gonna let you go to bed. Good night, sweet prince. And like, I do the shh thing to his lips, but with my mandible. Because their
But
faces
now-
are all really close.
Rick's really thinking though, because like dancing equals women, and women is a good thing, and dancing women in the woods might be a really good thing.
So Nyloth, for watch, Rick, you can either go back to sleep and resume your rest, or you can stay awake, though with penalty.
What would be my penalty for not going back to sleep?
A level of exhaustion.
Possible naked women dancing in the woods or sleep.
You do have the potion of Viagra.
Yeah, but I want to save that for when we get into town.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah, I get all them hot, sweaty barmaids.
Lube up with peanut oil.
I mean, Rick wouldn't really know he'd get any kind of like, I'm gonna, like, this is, like,
Just giant humanoid dancing.
And then what was it that you told me to check out anyways? You heard a noise, like a loud noise or something?
Yeah, it was something big moving through the forest is what I heard.
Okay, well that doesn't, no, I'm going back to bed because that doesn't indicate freaking women. That just indicates whatever, you fuck off right now because I'm going back to sleep.
Okay.
I just leave the bird on watch and I tell it to wake me up if anything like approaches within fucking 60. No, like I'm fuck.
You could just say if anything dangerous approaches. Again,
Yeah,
like
let's
you
do
gotta
that.
kind
Let's do
of
that.
dumb it down because it's an owl.
Yeah. Like, yo, if anything dangerous happens, let me know. Wake me up. Like, but keep your eyes peeled, motherfucker.
Like, I'm sure owls are great at gauging distances, but they probably don't know what the fuck a foot is. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so,
I
like,
was
that
just
could
gonna
be
say,
very
like,
confusing.
You see danger, wake me the fuck up. Hootie hoo out.
Hooty hoo. Okay, so Trip, roll a d100. All right, and a perception.
Is it?
Partially, so yes. Okay. Let's see. How am I going to determine that? I'm going to whisper something to you.
Okay.
First one's going to be a question. And meanwhile, thank you guys all very much for coming out and watching while Trip and I are having this private conversation.
One second. The new character
Yeah, I
sheet.
goofed it on you. Why did I have to get all goofy? Ammo, why does it do this? But yeah, basically what Roll20 did is they took a part of the character sheet that used to be just a blank text box, and they added things like you're supposed to add each thing individually, and I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like it's a lot more work than it's worth. Though I guess the plus side to that is being able to link your abilities and stuff to the Roll20 chat. Okay. What? You ever, like, try and spell something out, and then you look at, like, what you just typed, you're like, that's not right at all.
Yeah, normally.
Why did I add, like, 3 extra fucking letters to that?
There was one time I spelt wheel, like I was typing wheels, but my hands were over like one set of keys, and it came out really funny looking.
You can change your those boxes back to the way that they were, the features and traits.
It's a tree shaker.
Yeah, if you go to the little cogwheel settings and you go under the column on the right, it'll have features and traits. You can click on compendium, compatible, or simple, and simple should have everything you used to have in there.
Yeah.
Good
Just set it
call,
back to
Ammo.
that.
That's what I did to fix it.
Just set it back to how it was.
Ammo MVP.
Does it ever stop?
Ammo, that was extremely helpful to me. I'm granting you a goat butt.
Yay!
You have no idea. Like, I was looking over the fucking page. Like, seriously, that's a game changer for me, so thank you.
Yay!
Okay, so what do you do, Trip?
So it doesn't get closer? Does
Nope.
it stop at all?
Here and
a while?
there. It kind of
Does it
happens
look
at intervals.
If it doesn't get closer, I'm gonna wait to wake him up and then be like, hey, something's been singing the last 4 hours.
Well, it should only be 2 more, right, Buckle? If my math is correct.
4.
Yeah.
Oh,
I do
right.
4.
You're doing 2, 2, 4. Right. Got it. So, Trip, you're just waiting. After about 2 hours, you hear it quiet down in that direction, and then eventually you just don't hear anything at all.
Okay.
And so your watch has ended.
I'm gonna wake Seraphina up. Gonna poke her with my mandible, like tickle her face to wake her up.
That's even creepier than me rubbing Garrett's shoulders to wake him up. Which is pretty creepy.
Well, like the mandible can touch lighter and nicer than Nyla's hands.
Oh,
And his face was right next to Rick's, and he kind of liked touching people with his mandible.
oh, fair enough. Okay.
Like, it's a new thing. Seraphina. Seraphina.
Stop it.
There was something. That singing. And possibly shaking the forest, dancing, or something. It was a very deep voice.
Okay.
Also, it's time for you to wake up.
Everybody's naturally waking up at this point. You can only sleep for so long.
Okay. Guys, there was something singing and maybe dancing in the woods.
It sounded like he was having a good time.
I think so. Don't you only dance if you're having a good time?
I've seen people dance when they murdered someone.
Wasn't that person having a good
We're
time?
talking about merriment and various forms of celebration.
Like, was it female singing or?
It was a very deep voice.
Like a feminine deep voice or a masculine deep voice?
You just hear from the distance, "How's it going?"
Could I determine that, dog? For Rick?
Sure. Roll insight. Sounded like a man to you, but can't be positive.
It personally sounded like a man to me, but you never know.
And since everybody's awake, you guys can all make perception checks. This is vision based.
I have been getting so many double numbers today.
It happens sometimes, it's weird. Alright, so Trip, you definitely see this. Seraphina and Garrett, you also notice off to the east in that direction, telltale signs of a fire. You know, you can see the plume of smoke and kind of flickering among the trees. Also, Rebiathan, Seraphina, you both notice that Garrett now has 2 different colored eyes.
I'll point that out. I've looked into your eyes before, Mr. Reeves, and I've never... You have 2 different colored eyes, and one of them kind of looks, well, I guess a little bit irritated. I don't know, what is going on there?
We had a bit of a accident last night.
Are you the real Garrett Reeves?
Yes, everything is fine. It was an accident, and it's all good.
Well, what happened? Who hurt you?
There was
Did you get hurt?
Everything is fine. We're fine. That's good. I totally did not get a stick in the eye.
We're just two pals throwing a stick around.
That means he got a stick in the eye.
But he said that he didn't get a stick in the eye.
Yeah, isn't he not supposed to be able to lie?
Tear shifts the pistol.
We never clarified whether that sarcasm actually was a lie.
It
I know
is one person
no, his hand's not on the pistol. He just shifts it.
All right.
Farva.
Doesn't understand sarcasm most of the time.
He's giving you the Farva.
So you were playing around with a stick or what?
Garrett thought it'd be really funny if I threw a stick at that owl.
Not exactly what was happening, but
Wait, you threw a
And I went to
stick
go
at my
throw the
owl.
stick at the owl.
we weren't
Wait,
sure.
bounce
If,
back.
Why are you throwing sticks at my owl?
we didn't know if it was real or not, and given the sounds in the woods, we thought maybe we would just check to see if it was real.
So
Yeah,
why
we
didn't
weren't
you just
sure if it
wake
was-
me up to check if it was real? So I
Because
don't understand
you were
that.
sleeping so peacefully, we didn't want to disturb you.
Well, I
That
mean,
does
what
seem
would happen
kinda
if you
rude.
hit the owl, killed it, and then that would have held her, woke me up to jolt from that disconnection?
I would
And I would
have
have been in a panic and fucking shooting fireball missiles everywhere, thinking we was under attack.
we will keep that in mind for the future, and we apologize for not actually throwing the stick at your owl. I think I paid the price for it.
I think Garrett learned the lesson.
Can
Well,
you
so
still
what
see
exactly
out of it?
happened to the eye?
So I went to go throw the stick, right? And I went like this. Whew! And I didn't let go. So it was kind of like a sword attack. I don't know how to use a sword. Is this how you make a sword attack? And
Garrett
so I
cringing
go
in
like
the
this, and Garrett goes, huh? And one of the branches scraped his eye out.
What, out?
Yeah, we fixed it. I had to pick up the little pieces of eye off of it, and then we kind of smushed it all in there, and then he did his little Healy thingy.
I'm gonna like go to one side and like try waving. See if his peripherals are working.
I can see you. Everything is fine.
You have suffered no ill effects to your vision.
Should we perhaps check out the fire?
Oh yeah.
I didn't start the fire.
It was
Yeah,
always
it's always
burning since the
burning.
world's been turning.
It's been like that since we got here.
Which, if there's one thing we can determine true from that statement, is that Billy Joel is a shill for the Round Earth movement.
It's a
A
fucking
shill,
roundy.
I say!
A roundy.
It
It's
is
one of those
round,
rounders.
but the Earth is concave, and we're on the inside, and there's a giant, really bright diamond in the center, and that's the sun.
That makes
And then
sense.
there's another rock
They
that
named it
floats
Lucy.
around it, and that's called the moon, and it sometimes blocks it out, and that's how we get nighttime.
Oh.
And sometimes when you see a lunar eclipse, it's a giant snake swallowing the moon like an egg.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Only in Cambodia. Well, no, I think there's a few cultures that believe that, but I know Cambodia.
That's where the best breast milk is from, by the way.
finest breast milks.
Why do you know that?
Dave Chappelle.
Also,
Puff Daddy told me.
The
Oh.
concave Earth is actually the shell of a turtle. So we're inside of a turtle.
That'd be dope. But anyway, what are you guys doing?
Reflecting on how gravity is a social construct, and then moving on to the fire. Rushing to the fire. I'm beginning to rush towards the fire. Yeah.
No,
Alright,
Leviathan,
so he
don't
starts
rush.
running towards the fire.
Leviathan, wait, we're similar. Come back.
That's oddly convincing to Leviathan, and he will stop and be panicked, be like, but there is a fire kind of burning over there. We should go check it out. Come on.
No, someone might be having a party, and we could be uninvited guests.
Can I make
You-
Nyloth make a persuasion roll?
We don't want to
like
be
my spell save DC.
we don't want to be uninvited guests to a giant's party. Persuasion.
Yeah. All right, I'll saunter back.
Saunter, eh?
Yeah.
By the way, I missed this before. Ex Libris redeemed a question. What color underwear is Lou wearing?
Me or Rick?
He says Lou, so I'm assuming you.
I mean, that's a really difficult question to answer.
Was it like a bunch of different colors?
Well, I mean,
Not wearing
I like
any?
freedom of movement, and I don't like to feel restricted.
He's unencumbered.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I am unencumbered.
Not bothered.
There's a reason Lou doesn't have his camera on.
Yeah, I am butt-ass naked playing D&D, feeling free.
My
That's
chair
freedom.
would be uncomfortable to sit on naked. Fun fact.
Mine would too.
Most computer chairs, I feel like, are. I'll look to Garrett, though. I'll be like, what are we supposed to do about this fire?
Well, keep in mind I never, ever suggest rushing off headlong into things. So, perhaps we pack up and go over quietly?
I raise my hand.
Yeah. Oh, I raised my hand.
I raised my hand as well.
Yes, Rick?
Rick's hand was up first.
Yeah, my hand was up first. So how about I just look through the eyes of my owl and do a quick flyby, and then we can figure out if we want to go towards the thunderous dance fired area.
I did not know you could do that, so let's. Yes, Nyloth?
If it's a forest fire, we should just let it do its course. Because that's part of nature.
Noted. And Leviathan, but if it's a question about my eye, please don't ask.
No, I was just putting my hand up because everyone else was. I don't have a question.
So the owl plan.
Yeah, so Rick's eyes just roll into the back of his head.
Alright, you doing
Like the Game
the
of
warg
Thrones
thing?
Yeah, I'm Jon Snow, and this is my ghost owl.
Alright, Ghost Owl.
Jon Snow
It was
can't
like
warn.
Jon Snow with like a Morgan Freeman voice.
So you fly your owl over there?
Yeah.
Okay. Make a perception check with advantage.
Perception.
Okay, and what level are you?
5.
I'll let you roll a history check.
No advantage?
No advantage, just a regular roll. Awesome. So, you've never actually seen one of these before, but you've either heard enough or read enough about them somewhere. Maybe you got into a conversation in a bar and some guy told you all about them. I don't know. However you got this information, you have it. This is definitely a hill giant and appears to be sleeping next to a large fire. You also notice something very strange, and I'm going to whisper it to you.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, so like
Okay.
seated around a little table, like off on the other side of the fire. And they're all human sized.
And it's sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
And is there like what else like object wise laying around? Like
Nothing, just
in-
looks like a camp. He's got like a sack next to him where he probably keeps his belongings, but nothing besides that in the fire. And what I described to you.
All right.
Does anybody have like really strong like any kind of grudge against hill giants?
No more than, let's say, a usual
The only
person.
person who might would be Danderfluff because she was raised by dwarves, and dwarves do not get along with giants.
I mean, like, there's no like kill all fucking hill giants we come across vendettas going on in the group, right?
That's racist. I don't think we should think that way. We should take it as a case-by-case basis.
I have to agree with Nyloth on this one.
Right, so let's take that case-by-case basis away from that fire and just carry on our wayward sons, you know?
But we have Seraphina and Danderfluff. They're not wayward sons.
Now, when you say wayward, I know what that means, but just for the rest of the others, wayward.
It's like a type of buttwort.
Gotcha. So they have, okay, right. I understand.
He's deathly sick, contagious, covered in boils. Like, if we went over there and he, like, breathed on you, you would die. I think plague-ridden hill giant. We don't want to go that way.
Oh man, well let's get on. Let's go to the north. Let's not go there.
Can I roll insight?
Python is
On
gonna.
what?
I don't know if he's lying.
About what, though?
Why
Specifically?
are you always lying?
The
Butt
hill
moles.
giant being plagued.
Sure, you can insight that.
We did meet the other hill giant
Rick,
that was
roll
plagued as
deception.
well.
Do I get advantage?
No.
It's plagued, all right.
Plague giant.
I like cut ties with the familiar and tell it to like come back.
Starts heading
Yeah.
back.
What was it dancing about?
It wasn't really dancing, I don't think, so much as, like, in some fever fit throes, you know, hallucinating probably from the sickness. There was, like, bodily fluids that looked like they got, like, pus everywhere, probably flinging from it when dancing fever dream something, you know what I mean? It's just really gross over there, and I mean, hill giants are aggressive as is. Add in all the decay and germs and everything. I mean, it's just probably best to just ignore the shit out of that and like be quietly progress past and carry on with our going to our destination. You know what I mean?
Doesn't Seraphina need a giant's toe?
No.
And if she does, I mean, there'll be other giants along the way, right?
Well,
I mean,
it's
would
like
you
that
really
one's
want a
easy.
sick giant toe? It'd be all you get sick from it. You couldn't touch it. It's contaminated.
And maybe when they say a giant toe, they just mean a toe from a large person.
Yeah, probably.
I thought she needed a toe.
Nope.
For the record, my toe is not up for bargain.
A yeti is not the same thing as a giant, and I need the blood, not toe.
You need the blood of a giant?
Blood of a yeti.
Oh, I know that one. I thought you
What
needed a
if-
giant.
What if I became giant, like a giant Leviathan?
Then
Yeti.
I think you're a
Yeah.
giant. Wouldn't you just
T.
be a dragon then?
Yeah. Oh yeah. See, Mr.
Yeti.
Reeves, if I took like I did earlier at that barn there.
Yeti.
Seraphina's like standing on top of Rebiathan's head, like looking down. Yeti.
No, I get that now. But I'm on something else though. Mr. Reeves, if I took like a potion that made me a giant size, would I then be a dragon?
I start mounting my broom very
No, because you're
quickly.
still a lizard.
But dragons are also considered
Yeah, well-
lizard-like.
Hold on. So
Doesn't
if he
mean
took,
that it's
so if he had Seraphina's wing things, and then he took the potion
those aren't
and was a
dragon
giant dragonborn and had wings, wouldn't he be a dragon?
wings. No. Just because
Why?
I dress up like Santa doesn't make me Santa.
If you believe hard
He's
enough, anything
cosplaying
is
as a
real.
dragon.
I mean, do you believe that maybe one day I could become a dragon, or maybe half dragon or something?
Maybe one day we could wish you into a dragon with the power of belief,
I will give
like
you
they do in Canada.
a
Well,
very serious.
I believe really hard, and I got my powers, my abilities as a paladin. So with belief, I believe anything is possible.
Through faith, all things are possible.
Yeah, maybe Moander could turn
And I
you
put my
into
pack
his
on and I
first
start
dragon.
walking away.
Indeed.
I start following my broom.
Okay. So as you guys start
Am
making your
I-
way north, I have a quick question just because I can't quite remember. Who still, like, I know Seraphina and Garrett were there, but was anybody else in the Summer Realm?
No, I don't think we're the last ones.
That was Bruce. And then we
Yeah,
got
that was Woody. Because that's
And I
where I
got
got
blown
the fuzz removed.
Yep.
Yeah, that was pre-Rebiathan.
Okay. Everybody make a perception roll. Garrett, you already have advantage, so never mind.
Is it sight?
Doesn't matter.
Yes.
Double fours.
10 every time. I don't get it.
Seraphina and Trip, at the same time, you see a small humanoid creature poke from behind a tree and start waving excitedly towards Garrett. Seraphina, you recognize this as one of Queen Morfana's servants, Bricklebottom.
That was Mickey's friend.
Bricklebottom. We don't like him.
Garrett,
Who's friends with
is that
Mickey?
your kid?
What?
I point at it.
You turn and look, and you see this little brownie waving excitedly towards you and, like, beckoning you to come over to him, Garrett.
I don't think it's my kid. As I walk over to it, how big is it?
Tiny. Little fairy creature.
Sorry.
Basically comes up to, like, the midway point of your shin, maybe to your knee.
Okay, so I kind of crouch down. Can we help you?
This is for you, from my queen. And he hands you, like, a very, very small vial, teardrop-shaped vial. Looking down at it, it has a very simple label, written in very flowery, flowing kind of script that you would expect Morfana to write in. Very excellent penmanship.
On a
It
tiny
just says,
little
it just
vial.
says, drink me. And then immediately after you take it, he fades from view. Bricklebottom does.
Okay. I will drink it and try not to inhale the tiny vial.
Okay. So a little drop comes out, hits your tongue. You don't feel anything for a moment, and then your vision starts to get a little bit wavy and swimmy.
I'll be there ready to catch him.
And
in
a
the ball.
ghostly green
just
image of
dropped it.
Morfana appears in front of you.
Help me, Garrett. One.
Give me an investigation check. Okay.
Bam.
The most striking thing you realize before this vision even starts to speak to you is that She is definitely battle worn. Like, you've never seen her in this state. Like, she's very, very much about appearances and things like that. So, to see her in any kind of dishevelment or... It's very unusual. But the most striking part of this is that her left arm is missing. And, like, her gown, it looks like it's just been torn away.
Ooh.
Is that,
The ghostly image floats towards you and kisses you, and then just says, "Stay the course. I'll keep the winged ones busy, love." And the vision fades.
Did we see that or just Garrett?
Just Garrett.
Okay.
And
So
it
we
was
just see him, like,
it was literally like maybe 10-15 seconds where let's see, who would be close to Garrett when he's doing this? Probably
me.
Leviathan.
Yeah.
Nyloth. You guys can
You
both
gotta point at
make
the guy.
medicine checks.
Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah, he definitely looks drugged for about 10-15 seconds. His pupils just dilate to like dinner plate size. He gets this kind of like glazed over look in his eyes, and he's just standing there with his mouth agape.
Yeah, I get ready to catch him if he falls, but then when he snaps out of it, I back
She
up.
gave him pure, like, the good mushroom juice.
Mr. Reed, are you? Oh, what's it? You all right?
I think so.
What just happened? You looked like you took some demon juice or something. I don't know.
It was a message from Morfana. Apparently she's been protecting us since she arrived and said to keep on going. I assume in the direction that we've been heading so far.
She said, "Stay the course."
I know. That's my interpretation from it.
Tell her I said hello.
I'll do that next time I see her.
Do you think she'll like me?
Well, now why wouldn't you?
All honesty, probably not at first introduction, but if I explain what happened, she probably will.
Will Nyloth grow on her?
And
Oh God.
also thank you very
Like
much,
a
Huckleberry
fungus.
Holiday, for that 2-month resub. Thank you very, very much for that continued support.
Well, like, bugs like summer, so maybe she likes bugs.
Or maybe. Well, yeah. I'm just glad you're all right.
Flawless.
Because if she didn't like bugs, they wouldn't like summer.
Oh, and Garrett, the only thing to make note of, and Rebiathan and Trip with your medicine rolls, you would notice this as well. Following this experience, you feel very dehydrated. Like the first thing that kind of, like the first instinct, like burning biological need that you feel is that you're very thirsty.
Thirsty.
So after I explain what happened, I'd start gulping down a water skin.
And I'll just watch as he chugs down a water skin and.
After drinking, you feel much better.
Take it slow. Don't want to hurt yourself.
Yeah, it's better to take multiple small sips of water than it is to gulp it down.
Are you two quite done?
With their nurses' hats on, hovering over you.
Yeah. Oh, we got really good medicine rolls.
Mm-hmm.
We're here to take care of you.
Nurse
Yeah.
Ratchet.
You took great care of me last night, thank you. Yes.
Well, we did fix your eye.
We
I
did.
feel like in an alternate reality that didn't happen.
There's a brown-eyed Garrett out there somewhere.
And one with only one eye. Divergent universes.
And a
Maybe
dead
one
one
with
with a
three.
stick just coming out of the skull.
And a panicked party.
It was an accident. I was supposed to throw it at the fucking owl. Which is still just like preening itself on the branch over his corpse.
Just like staring.
So anyway, do you guys all continue?
Yep.
Yeah, general consensus seems to be to skip the fire and not go near that nasty mess.
All right. So whoever is guiding the party, please give me a survival check. I believe Danderfluff was doing that. Okay. Eventually, after a few hours of travel, nothing happens on your way. You get to the edge of the forest, and now you're at the very base of the mountain.
Ooh, okay. This appears to be the base of the mountain. As you can see in front of us, there is a mountain.
You guys can all give me perceptions.
I turn back. I got us here in one piece. I look at Garrett. So,
Dot all our lowercase
not wrong.
j's.
Is it site based?
Yes, sir. Danderfluff, roll one more time. I'm giving you advantage on this because of your eagle eye thing. All right. Danderfluff, you can tell a bit to your west. Sorry, east. A bit to your east. You can see that there's some kind of statue and architecture in that direction. Rick, you can see it as well. And Trip and Rebiathan, close enough. You'd see an object in the distance, though you may not know it's a statue.
I don't see anything.
Yeah.
I'll point
there's
it out
something-
for
I don't know what
him.
it
Yeah,
is.
there's a statue over there.
Oh, does it have old Elvish architecture? Because that's what we're looking for.
It's similar. I mean, like you'd have to get closer to make a for sure yes or no, but Ewok, you can tell that it does kind of have like a flowing kind of sense to it as opposed to just like hard geometric shapes that you would see in dwarven architecture. So, I mean, you've seen Elvish crap before. It could be.
It looks a little primpy, so yeah.
Well, let's go check that out. That may be the entrance to this mountain, the pass that we need to get to.
All right, so you guys head in that direction.
Yes.
Are you going to continue through the open, or are you going to kind of skirt the edge of the forest, or how do you proceed?
I was thinking edge of the mountain base.
Just hug the side of the mountain?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems fine.
Unless the group wants otherwise.
Okay. Eventually, you arrive, and you can see there is a statue. On one side of it, leading downward into the mountain, is a flight of stairs, which ends in just a stone slab. To the right are stairs leading upwards, and then darkness in there's like a hole in the side of the mountain where the stairs lead to, and you can't see beyond that because of line of sight.
Now, has anyone ever told us if we go up or down a particular set of stairs?
Remus did say go up rather than down.
Well, do we want to even check out what's maybe down the stairs, or just up, and away?
Depends on how much we can trust him.
That you're talking about the one we just met, right?
Yes.
I mean, it
found
seemed like a
swamp folk to
trustworthy
be-
person.
Yeah, swamp folk have been really nice, especially when you remove magical items from their heads.
Yeah. So I mean, I trust him, but I mean, maybe we can just give it a cursory glance down there. Maybe I don't know.
Maybe he could send his owl down.
Well,
I
it's just-
mean, I think it'd just be smart to just to not dabble in the down and just commit to the up. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Commit to the
What
up.
if his up is our down and our down is his up?
It's best not to dwell on it so much and just to go
What?
up.
Oh, what if he was making a metaphor
I don't think he was.
I'm fairly certain he wasn't.
Well, you know metaphors better than I.
But sometimes you have to go down to go up.
But sometimes it's better just to go up.
But if I did a handstand, then it would be flipped around.
Rick starts going up the stairs.
I also start going up the stairs.
But what if it goes to the Underdark? I could show you my place.
I could show you the world.
Yeah.
I'll follow up the stairs behind Garrett.
Everybody going?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I have a new map for you. Let me just make sure that this is the right one. It is, in fact. Question. What do you do with the horse?
So I'd been thinking about this, and given no pushback from Serafina, I'd let it loose in the woods.
Wait, so are we not coming out of this building?
We're
Well, that was
going
just
up
a
an
little
hill.
tower. I'm confused.
We're gonna head up a mountain pass soon. We're not gonna be able to take it with us.
Yeah, I mean, we knew we were going to have to ditch the horse eventually.
We could sacrifice it to Moander in honor of its great deeds and service to us.
It sort of feels like letting it live out a natural life is the best honoring we could give it.
But
And
its
also would
natural
be the
life
most
would have
time
brought it
effective.
here.
Does Serafina have anything to weigh in on the subject?
It'd be kinder to kill it quick instead of having it eaten alive by a giant.
But wouldn't that be more natural?
No, because they're giants.
Also, I would
and
like
it
you
would
all
be
to
here.
consider, no roll required. If you're going through a mountain pass, there's probably going to be a lot of situations where it's either not going to fit or just not going, you know, what are you going to do when you get to a ladder or something like that type of deal. So even assuming that you could get the horse through the mountain intact, you know that your end goal is up onto a glacier where that horse is just going to freeze to death and die anyway.
Yeah, I think we all realize that. We're just determining what to do with it before, now.
I give it a little handful of rations and then give it a slap on the rump. Pah!
It takes off
You
looks
could
into
have
the
doomed it
forest
to a much worse fate.
and disappears.
Well, let's not dilly-dally. Let's go up.
Okay. So, who was the first going up?
I think it was Rick.
Alright, so Rick, you get to the top of this flight of stairs, and you can see about 30 feet in front of you is a large archway with a sealed door. And you can kind of tell that there's low benches to your left and to your right.
Like benches you can sit on?
Mhm.
Alright, I sit on them and wait for the rest of the party to come up.
Okay. As you step into the room, a torch on either side of the arch flares into light.
Fuck no, I run out of the room.
Torches dim and go out.
I walk back into the room.
Torches flip on.
Alright, I kind of poke the bench before I sit on it.
Feels like wood.
Like, what kind of wood? Like, is this some nice smooth walnut or like some rickety jank ass splinters in my ass type wood?
The latter.
I don't sit on the wood and I just wait for the rest of the party to come into the room.
Okay.
Dangerfluff, I need some help.
I'll help you.
These stairs are too much. It'll help with your training if I act like a backpack.
So what you're saying is you want me to Yoda you? You're gonna Yoda me?
Yeah, I live in a mushroom too. Or I did.
All right. So everything that is on the map is there. You see 4 benches around the edge of the room, as well as 2 large barrels.
Ooh. Can I look in the barrels?
Sure. Which one are you looking in?
This one. How do I ping again?
Just click and hold.
This one.
Okay. So the one on the left, you pop that open, and it is full of a clear liquid.
I smell the liquid.
It is odorless.
Water?
I investigate it with. There's never mind. Hold on. I like kind of touch it real quick with like just barely with my finger.
Okay.
Just kind of like real quick poke at it like a cat testing water.
It's cool to the touch. Looks like water.
Okay, I lick the droplet off of my finger onto my tongue
It's wet.
to have a taste.
Nope. I mean,
Like, is it water? Does it taste like water?
I'm pretty sure it's water. Yeah.
Okay. I pointed, asked him like, "This is a barrel of water."
There's a barrel of water.
Oh, is it now?
Is there treasure in it?
I look back inside. Can I see the bottom of it?
With the torchlight, yeah, you can see the bottom of it, but it's like, very obscured by the water itself. But you don't see anything glinting in there.
It looks
Doesn't
to
look
be
like
just,
there's anything in it except water.
I say it looks to be just water.
And then I move to check out what the other casket's full of.
Okay. You pop that open, and you are immediately greeted with a strong odor of fermentation.
Ooh, like good fermentation?
Like powerful fermentation.
Like booze fermentation?
Like just opening the cask might have given your eyes a yeast infection fermentation.
What color is it?
It is
Okay.
a murky, light brown color.
Oh.
I think I found some beer.
Well, but. Okay, well. Alright.
Just in a strange barrel at the top of this tower.
Well, it's fermenty. It's brown.
Seems the
see,
same
now,
bit.
I know that elves, being the primpy types that they are, don't they enjoy some sort of wine or something?
Yeah, but isn't wine red?
Yeah, it's definitely not wine.
It's brown and fermenty.
Ivan's never had wine before.
I like just kind of touch it, like do the whole touch it like I did with the water.
It is a very strong alcoholic beverage.
Oh shit! Yeah, I'm fucking loading up on this.
All right. What are you putting it in?
I turn around and was like, anybody got a bag of holding?
I raise my hand.
You just put the whole barrel in it?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I like dump my water out and just fill it full of that.
Okay.
And then I'm like, can we try and can
we fit this in your bag of holding? Like, how big's the mouth on that thing?
I hold up my bag of holding, and it's not nearly big enough to fit that in it.
Can we stretch it out, like, if we get it wet, and then kind of, like, pull it a little bit and stretch out that
You're not going to be able to take this whole barrel of booze with you.
What if I pour it in there?
Yeah, why don't you have something catch it on the inside?
You got like a baggie in there.
How about no, because I don't really want.
Wait, we have 2 bags of holding. Why don't we condense and have one for beer and one? I don't drink. Why am I helping?
I don't really like to condone unnecessary alcohol consumption, so I'm not going to be your vessel to carry booze.
No, we need this. It's good for, like, if you get wounds, it's an antiseptic.
Nah, you need this, so you figure out a way to carry it.
I turn to fucking Nylon with like pleading puppy eyes.
Nylon.
Or Nyla, sorry.
I don't have a bag of holding.
I turn around to the other party members.
Standard
Please.
Fluff does.
I
Like,
don't have a bag of holding.
come on, guys. It's the one thing that he's wanted since he's joined us.
I give an empty water skin.
It's for medicinal purposes, I swear.
I'll hand him an empty water skin too. I have an extra.
All right,
So
you
I
got
fill
2
the
empty
other-
water skins. You fill those up as well.
Yeah, so I got 3 water skins now, full of whatever this booze is.
You've never seen anything like it before. Maybe somebody else would be more familiar.
Brown booze. Gross.
I'm gonna waddle over to him and give him the cobbler's toolkit. You could probably pour some in here.
I look like what I look into the.
It's just like a
container, I guess.
little wooden box. Like, that's not going to hold liquid. Like, maybe
I
for a few
appreciate-
minutes, but...
I appreciate that, but I think it might all leak out.
But I look, because I've got my haversack here, but then I like shake it, and you hear like pots and pans and shit fucking inside of it. It's kind of full.
Wait, hold on? You got pots in there?
You're gonna be carrying around
Yeah.
booze, pots and pans.
And they got lids, right?
Muted.
I don't know. I have to ask the guy in the sky.
Some of them do, yeah, but it's... like
It's
if
a
you-
mess kit, so I don't know how many pots and pans there actually are.
It's not going to work to, like, hold a liquid once placed in there.
God damn it.
I have 2 glass flasks. I'm gonna go over to the water barrel and fill those up with water.
Is
Okay.
it like 0 gravity in the bag of holding?
I'm going to say no. Because otherwise it'd just be a mess.
Can we say that like my quarterstaff is hollowed out to be a hidden flask, and I can fill that up?
Sure.
Cool.
You just got, like, a sippy straw coming out of the top. Like a
No,
bendy
it's just like
straw.
Just like a cork at the end, I can just pop out and like take pull out of the quarterstaff.
Sure.
It's like a rain fucking stick now.
Nice. Yeah, sure.
Then I fill my 2 glass flasks with water from the other barrel.
Noted.
Got you
Also-
toxic. I got booze.
Alright, so what you see before you is an archway filled with a solid stone slab. Some type of granite.
How far up did we go to get here?
About 30 feet.
Okay. Put my hands and touch the stone slab, just, gently.
Okay. It feels cool to the touch.
Well, it feels cool to the touch. I'm gonna put my ear up to it and see if I hear anything.
Okay, make a perception roll.
Yeah, boy.
You hear nothing.
I don't hear anything yet. I'm gonna keep doing it.
I don't think you're gonna hear anything, and it's stone. It predict.
I don't see anybody else offering up any ideas, so I'm just trying. I don't know. I'm sorry. Maybe I could.
Is it got like any kind of handle or anything, or is it just like solid
Just
stone?
solid slab of stone filling up the archway.
I look to Danner
Splash it with some of the alcohol.
I'm already going through my bag to take out my tinker's tools. I was gonna go and investigate it. Take out my CSI glasses and look.
Sure. Roll investigation. Danderfluff, you determine that the way through involves lifting up the stone slab. So it should raise up into the ceiling and provide passage.
Well, gentlemen, I think we're gonna have to put our backs into it.
But there's
I put
Like,
my
it
back
has
up
to be lifted up, or it just lifts up?
Mechanically, it goes upwards. As to how, you don't really know.
Yeah, Danderfluff says we gotta put our backs into. I'll put my back up against the wall.
I checked the torch to see if it's a lever.
It doesn't move.
I checked the other torch. I can't. Oh, like
It does not
this
move.
one. I turned the barrel of water. Like, spin it.
The water is in the other one. Roll athletics. Okay. Let's see. Trip, I need you to make a strength save. Alright, so in the process of trying to turn this massive barrel, you actually kind of tipped it, and it started falling, but you managed to catch it and shove it back before it dumped all over you.
Oh,
It's very, very heavy.
Danderfluff, I think you should try this. I think it has something to do with the barrels. Man, I'm too frail.
No. Danderfluff said we need to put our backs into it. That's why I got
No,
my back.
I think there's something that makes the door just go up instead of pushing it up. Like a
Danderfluff,
lever.
you're the expert.
I bet
You
you, if
know,
you drink.
elves like their secrets.
Maybe we gotta say a secret word.
Nyloth, no roll required. The stone slab is anything but elvish. It's very, like, rough-hewn, and elves put way more decorations on their doors than this.
Oh, I thought the whole place was elvish looking.
The archway's architecture looks elvish, however the stone slab looks like a sharp contrast to that.
Hey, Thog.
That's weird.
Yes, sir.
How does Unseen Servant work?
Exactly like the spell says. You conjure it up in a place that you can see, and it performs minor tasks.
Oh, so I can't conjure it on the other side of this door then.
You cannot.
Fuck.
But it's also shapeless, so if there's a means by which it can traverse to the other side of the door, it can.
Is there?
Maybe.
Do I need to roll something to figure it out?
Yeah, I was about to say I want to like check the very bottom of the door for seams or something.
Well, there's seams all around it. If it's meant to slide upwards, as Danderfluff knows that it does, then obviously there would be seams all around it.
Does it seem enough though to tell my Unseen Servant to go through it?
Maybe. You don't really know what's on the other side, so that would be like meta information. But you do see seams, like logically you would think sure, but I can't tell you that for sure.
Okay, alright. Can I try conjuring up the Unseen Servant then?
Sure. Mark your spell.
Uh,
Or are you casting as a ritual?
It's the ritual from the Book of Ancient Secrets.
Okay. So you take 10 minutes to conjure up an unseen servant. What's everybody else doing?
I'm gonna attempt to lift the door up. Ask Danderfluff for some help.
Yeah, I'd probably help out with that a little bit too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stretch first.
I'll stretch.
I'm gonna tell everyone else to give a proper stretch too.
I'll stretch and follow Danderfluff's lead on the stretches.
I'm a guidance. Wait.
And I'm gonna tell. Remember to use your legs, not your back. I know I said put your back into it, but don't actually use your back.
I give Danderfluff guidance.
I'd help you guys out when I got a slip disc.
Just
Nice.
Danderfluff?
Can I put? No, it's concentration, so I can only
That's
do
right.
one.
Now, let's let the young bucks take care of this.
Alright, Danderfluff, you're small, so yeah, the three of you, you can all make athletics checks. Just make your regular athletics checks, because I'm going to do a combined result. Alright. Yeah, Seraphina, you're not allowed to help. Because only three, like, there's only room for the three of them to do this.
You guys
She
should
just
let me
pushes
do
Joey
it.
out the way.
Actually, if you spider climbed, you could help.
Okay.
But you're like basically standing upside down on the arch part and pulling from your perspective downward as opposed to pushing up. So you want to do that? Okay. Lifts up to about the height of Garrett's knees, and there's like a whoosh of cold air. Not like frigid cold, but, you know, like when you open the refrigerator type of deal. Whoosh of cold air comes rushing out. And then drops back down.
Look at the. Now's a good time. We should have got that immovable rod.
Well, let's go back there and see if maybe he'll do a return. I'm just kidding. Let's try again. And maybe let's try again, and one of us tries to sneak in and see if there's a way to open it from the other side. Maybe there's a mechanism.
Or maybe let's try again, and one of us actually lifts.
I was really hoping that nobody would notice, but yeah, kind of.
The paladins
I didn't
weren't
have a
doing
good
much
hold
that
on it.
round.
I give Danderfluff guidance again, like, you're doing good. Remember your training.
I just couldn't
Yoda.
get grip on
Remember
it.
your
It's
training.
sweaty.
Trip,
That
take
water,
inspiration.
I think that water has like some grease in it or something. My hands are a little slippery. We'll try again.
From like 5 minutes ago, carry me up the stairs.
All right, trying again.
Okay. Another round of athletics from the four of yous.
Yay.
Redeemed. And Seraphina?
You've got guidance again. You walk.
Oh yeah.
Alright, so that's... Alright. This time, you guys lift it up, and you just, like, heave it, Danderfluff, as it, you know, gets higher than your reach, basically. And once it reaches the midway point, some type of counterbalance system takes over, and the door slides upwards.
How long did this whole process take?
I'd say it took about the same amount of time for you to get your spell off. But now you have an unseen servant for the next
got that for
hour,
an hour.
I guess.
Yeah.
So give me one moment, and I will reveal things to thee. Also, things might get wonky. This is my first time using the Advanced Fog of War. There might be some lag. I'm kind of using this map to test it.
Thought the map felt laggier.
It very well could be. So I'm kind of using this to gauge it a little bit.
It is way laggier, but the effects could be pretty cool.
Alright, and please hold for one moment. I just got to turn that off and turn that off, and... Boop music. Alright, so a very rough-hewn cavern extends before you. I would like for all of you to make nature checks. Danderfluff, I'll give you advantage on this roll. So make another single roll. 4 it is.
Would guidance still be on her?
It's
Does it
only
work with this?
it only works once.
Oh.
Once he uses it, it's gone. So, Rick, you can kind of pick bits and pieces of the wall here that differ from the others, and what you're able to discern is that this was once like a very regular hallway in like elvish architecture that somehow got filled in with like solid stone. So maybe like like lava flowed into it and then hardened. And then somebody else came by and now created this rough-hewn tunnel.
Okay, I relay that information to the rest of the party.
And thank you very much, Triniax, for that 3-month resub. Really, really appreciate the support, guys. You have no idea. Let's get some love up in chat. And you may now continue.
This little crevice over here. Take a quick little peek into that.
Okay, make an investigation roll.
Okay. Oh my god.
Okay. The one thing you do note is that sticking out of the wall right here is the hand of a statue. It's not on the actual map.
I get it.
Yeah.
I pantomime a lot of the stuff my character actually does.
I appreciate it.
So I'm gonna come around the corner here. Was it reaching from west to east or from like north to south?
It was a humanoid hand and it was the left hand, so you could reason that the statue was facing south.
Sorry, what I mean is, was it coming out like this? So that it's in that section of wall? Come on, click.
Right, like in that little alcove is where the hand is sticking out and you don't see any of the rest of the statue.
Okay, so yeah, I came around the corner and then I can surmise that it's somewhere in the wall here.
Correct.
Okay, and you said that this was some kind of like volcanic flow?
Very much looks like that. Like, it's not a situation where it was like a cave-in and then people cleared the rubble. Like, the stone on the walls is all like this same uniform type of granite.
The dynamic lighting and the shape of this cavern kicks a lot of ass. You did a great job here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks really cool, but it's very hard to move.
I've been using
Apologize for stepping on Dan, Fluff.
the keyboard has been making it a little bit easier to move around.
Yeah, hopefully they do something about the lag. Like, that's the one major downfall to the advanced Fog of War.
I'm surprised I haven't.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. If you guys go around that corner, can you still see the map over here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, right?
Oh, you know, I didn't even realize it just felt natural to be able to see that. So that's Advanced Fog of War. Cool.
Yeah.
That's
So you,
really sweet.
it's
Like,
to
yeah,
kind of like
well.
also help reflect your memory of the various places that you've been.
Yeah, I didn't even catch it. It was like, yeah, of course I could be able to see that. What's going on here?
Make an investigation check.
Investigation.
Okay. Looks like somebody was trying to like mine their way forward into the wall, and for whatever reason they stopped. But you can see like the scoring of a pickaxe. Danderfluff, you would recognize that almost immediately. What with your dwarven upbringing, like, oh, somebody was mining into that wall. And as you look around, a lot of these walls have that same kind of rough scoring of where someone tried to get in.
I'll wait for Garrett to, if he says something out loud, I'll comment about all the other markings.
It's just like, duh, you moron, that's this whole cavern. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Just assume I'm facing forward. I don't want to try to spin it around again.
That's fine.
What's this over here?
Roll investigation.
Yes, please.
Okay. You can see what would have been the base of a pedestal or statue is in that square that you're in, Rebiathan. So you're actually kind of like standing on top of it. And then there's kind of just loose debris all around you.
Okay. I'll relay what I found to the group, just kind of uninterestingly.
Okay. Also, I wanted to make note, as you guys are traveling, you're moving up an incline.
Having limited knowledge of rocks here, does it seem more like they were digging along and getting to whatever parts just kind of gave way?
You can roll an insight with advantage. Ewok, you can also make that same roll. You can see that they've actually cleared away to the elven architecture underneath in some of these areas. And so, Garrett, what you're able to reason, what this looks like to you, is almost like grave robbing. Like, it looks like they were after particular things, and they targeted those areas, and now whoever removed the rock was after something, and they were either kind of just searching randomly, or they knew exactly where they were looking. It's kind of hard to tell, but that's the general feeling that you get. All right, and the cavern does continue. I'll have to move you guys to the next map. And while I am doing that, I would like for all of you to give me a perception check. Just gather up your tokens for me so it's easy for me to move you guys. That's good, Nyloth.
Is it sight?
It is not. All right. Garrett Reeves and Trip. You can hear the thundering sound of water falling. Probably a waterfall somewhere up ahead.
I hear water.
I hear it too. I guess we're moving into the mountain then.
I'm going to start cleaning out my ears.
Me too. How did I not hear that? Oh my god.
This reminds me of this one time I heard of a dwarf. Was it more than one dwarf? I know there was a dwarf. They were in a cave and there was a waterfall and they went. The point of the story is the dwarf threw his rope into the cave.
That was a very good story.
I have it to this day, and I hold up my magical rope.
Huh. Very, very interesting, Nala. Very, very cool.
I'm trying to remember this.
It was when you all were doing the Underdark and your cleric just threw his robe into the giant cave. So I'm just gonna pretend that like it fell all the way to the Underdark and I found the robe.
Wait, you talking about from the Undermountain game?
Yeah.
Wow, throwback.
Nice.
I thought he was giving me like the you motherfucker.
No, I
stare.
was like, wait a minute.
This
Because
is
I was
why
like,
I let Trip do all my remembering for me.
that was a long fucking time ago. Holy shit.
Yeah,
There.
it was.
You see
Looks-
the obvious remnants of a
Of a
small
camp.
campfire.
I go up and I touch it to see. I gently touch it to see if it's still warm.
It is not. It is very cold. And
Okay.
very old. In fact, when you reach out and like touch the burned wood, it just crumbles like beneath the weight of your gauntleted hand.
Okay. Any signs of like meals around it? Animal bones, utensils.
Make an investigation check.
Because I've been doing so well with those.
Oh. as he rolls an 18 on the die. You can tell under this corner of rubble, you see like some leather straps sticking out. Could be a bag.
I yoink the straps.
All right, make an athletics roll.
Oh, it's that dug in? Okay.
Okay. You were able to pull this bag free of the rubble, and it loudly clatters and clangs. You can tell that there's definitely pots and pans in there. If nothing else.
Now, do these pots and pans have really sealable lids?
I hand him the bag.
I'm kidding.
I know, but you can sell the bag. You were looking for pots and pans earlier.
It's a good bag of holding.
It's a good bag of holding, you said.
Hold things.
It just appears to be a normal leather bag.
Oh, leather.
Okay. So we're not the first to pass through here. Clearly.
Do you guys look inside the bag?
Oh no, I just handed it to Rick.
Okay.
I'll peek inside the bag.
Looks like it's full of equipment.
I rummage through the bag to see what kind of equipment.
Okay. Inside the bag, you find the following: a mess kit, a bedroll, a blanket, a bag of caltrops,
Mess kit, bedroll, blanket, caltrops.
a crowbar, a small hammer,
Okay.
a steel mirror,
Okay.
I already gave you the mess kit, so that covers that. And roll a d4 for me. One torch.
Okay.
And some soap.
We need soap. So I tell them all, like, as I'm like seeing it, like, got a mess kit, got a bedroll, blankets, caltrops, crowbar, small hammer, steel mirror, one torch, and some soap.
Garrett, you can tell sound of the waterfall is coming from this direction. To your east.
I point that out. But I'm going to take a peek up here anyway.
because that's how I play games.
I just pocket the caltrops and the torch, and then I leave the bag there. Holy shit, it got dark all of a sudden.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that'll
everyone go off the
happen.
light.
You see a long, long series of ladders climbing upwards into darkness.
Well, gang, we've got a ladder going upwards, and we have the waterfall to the right.
Oh, shoot. Ladders.
Who else in the party has dark vision?
Can I look up? Do I see darkness?
Yep, to the edge of your vision.
Who are they?
Well, that's at least 120 feet.
That
Yeah,
skeletal remains.
that's creepy.
You're saying straight up Skeletor.
Could be.
Could be.
So yeah, what you guys doing?
Do we go up, or do we investigate the water?
And we investigate the water.
Yeah, I
it's a
say the
waterfall.
water. There's probably a hidden
Excuse me.
place behind it, because there's always hidden things behind waterfalls.
I don't know if I've ever seen a waterfall in my entire life.
It's just a bunch of water falling.
I would have never guessed that. Sounds magical.
Not really. This is magic, and I show him what the forecast is like.
That is indeed magic. Yep. Thank you.
Can I hop on my broom and take a peek at the waterfall, I guess?
The waterfall is back to the east.
Wait, back to the east.
So the passage starts here.
There's two paths.
Oh, shit. Does anybody want to... Do we want to go check out the waterfall?
That's what
I'm like, don't want to go by myself.
That's what we were asking, so it looks like we want to check out the waterfall. I'll head forward with the light. Oop, that's over there, down here. Guess I'm trying to run into a wall. Looks like a hole or a burn spot.
Both. Cliff right there, leading downwards into darkness. Scorch mark on the ground. A piece of cloth remains. Waterfall. Another passage. So what do you want to investigate first?
I'm gonna check out the remains, but everyone else can check out their things too.
Okay, roll investigation.
It's a body.
It certainly is, and its legs are definitely missing. And you see a coil of rope next to it. Badly rusted battle axe in its hands.
Let me give it a look through. Maybe you missed something.
I certainly did, by all means.
Yeah, that's a rope, all right.
What else did you find? Anything?
You did a wonderful job, as I imagined.
We were very thorough.
I mean, that's what we learned in our paladin teaching. Thorough.
Hey, that looks decayed. Oh,
Trip,
that's funny.
you can reason that the cause of death was likely the loss of the lower two limbs. It appeared this happened while the subject was climbing up out of that gorge.
So, something caused this thing's legs to be. That's the sound of a sword, right? And because I don't know swords. And then it died because it ain't got no legs, and it probably bled out. And then the maggots came and they ate it clean.
That seems like a good start and finish to his life story, yeah.
So there
And
might
up
be
here you
something
can
bad
see
down there.
the waterfall.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it may have been running or climbing away really quick from something.
Yeah, so I'm going to step away from that gorge.
Alright, so the waterfall. There's a small, kind of loose stone wall about knee height around the edge of it, and it's just column of water just thundering downwards.
So there's like, if I went to check behind it, there's really no way behind it without going through the waterfall, right?
Right, and you also know that, like, this isn't the bottom of the waterfall.
Is there any way to like fly up following the waterfall, or is it like pretty much like trying to fly up a bathtub nozzle, whatever the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, wherever this water is coming from, it's falling from a great height, so it's just like thundering down.
What I'm saying is there like enough room around the falling water for me to just follow it up on the broom?
Maybe. It'd certainly be very dangerous.
Okay, well fuck that then. Yeah, I just turn around, thumbs up, like, nice waterfall. Glad we got to see this.
But it looks like cool, clean water.
It looks just like Nyloth described. It is water falling. I'm underwhelmed.
I mean, it's pretty.
Pretty boring, but yes, pretty. And I'll turn around and exit.
And they said there's another pathway around here, right?
Yeah, up over
To
here.
the north.
Do you want to check that out, or do we want to go back to the ladder?
Well, we're here, so.
Yeah, I just want to check out this burn mark before we move on.
Sure. Investigation.
Intimidation. Oop, that's intimidation. Get out of your character sheet.
It's definitely a burn mark.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh.
And stop.
Oh.
Buckle, I need you to make a religion roll.
It's bad news.
This is definitely a makeshift altar to some kind of evil deity. You don't know what deity, but it just oozes evil.
That part right there looks awfully standoutish. You know, like that part in a cartoon that you know is going to move in the next scene.
Right.
Are we still stopped, or can we move forward to see?
You can move forward. But yes, it appears to be a pentagonal-shaped pedestal placed in front of what looks to be like a scarecrow almost. Just kind of like a rough humanoid figure composed of like branches and vines and weeds lashed together, and pieces of armor placed on top of that.
Does it look really dry?
Hard to tell.
How to tell if the wood's dry coming out of it?
Yeah, I mean, it could be, it could not be.
Somebody touch it.
Oh, fuck that.
Rebiathan, do you speak Goblin?
Oh,
I
damn
do.
straight I do.
Okay. Across the top of this pentagonal pedestal is scrawled in very, very, like, ramshackle goblin writing, sacrifice.
I say, now I know the language of some unique creatures, and that says right there, sacrifice, in Goblinoid.
Maybe we just leave it alone.
Maybe we should have brought the horse.
Let's get away from it before Nyloth sees it.
Sacrifice to an evil god?
Wait,
Well, no, it could be fun.
ain't you got some like zone of goodness or something being paladins you could like desecrate the evilness with or like purify or whatever? Ain't that how you pallies work?
We should get away from here before Nyloth gets back. He's gonna want to sacrifice some more things.
We should do that. We can walk and talk.
All right.
We do have an area that becomes a protection from both good and evil. But I don't know that it has lasting effects once the spell ends.
Mm.
And I don't know that I want to touch it either.
Burn
Yeah,
it.
let's just let
Hold the fire.
let the standing scarecrow stand.
Also, no rolls required. You can see that there's like a scrap of cloth here. Looks like it was part of some type of very... what's the word I'm looking for? Garish garment?
Like motley?
Like floofy. Like foo-foo type stuff. Like fancy. Like
Fancy
maybe it was
clothes.
part of a fancy pair of pants.
Fancy pants, huh?
But it's covered in dust. It looks like it's been there for a long while.
What's Dust doing here?
Whatever the hell he wants.
How long has it been since we'd entered? Did you say, Thug?
It's been about an hour.
Okay, so unseen
Sorry.
servant is gone.
Everybody make a perception check.
Is it sight?
It is not.
I see it anyway. Haha.
Okay. Trip, you hear two distinct, very deep booming voices coming from back the way you came. So back this way. And that is accompanied by the sound of loose rocks and gravel falling. And clattering on the ground.
Guys, there's two deep, very booming voices and rocks falling from the way we came.
Rick and Rebiathan also hear this.
Ghost.
And do any of the three of you speak Giant?
Hell yeah, I don't. Shit, damn.
No, but can I take over my owl and like send it to check out?
Sure.
Like eyes roll back in my head, and I'm just like, gonna go scout ahead real quick or behind us again.
Owl goes flapping back, turns to the north. Is gone for a few minutes. Are you looking through its eyes?
I'm looking through its eyes.
Okay. As your owl starts flying up, like where the ladder goes, after a few moments, you see two large figures scaling down this tunnel. They're definitely giants.
Wait, so two giants are coming down the ladder?
Not down the ladder, they're actually climbing down the rock where the ladder is. They're not using the ladder, but essentially they're coming down the ladder.
Oh, fuck.
And
That's pretty much what I say.
So I'll give you a brief thing, but that's where we're going to end tonight's session, because we're getting really, really late here.
Okay.
Blue wants to go outside.
I'm sorry, Blue. So yeah, you can convey that to the party.
It seems to me.
Are these hill giants again?
They're not
Or
hill
do I know?
giants.
Do I know what kind of? I just they're generic giants to me right now.
You can't see enough of them through your owl's eyes to really discern, but you would say either stone or frost.
Alright, well, it looks like we got two either stone or maybe frost giants climbing down the side of the rock where the ladder is, and they're coming down our way.
Okay.
Can we hide?
We should try to hide. And if that doesn't work, we should prepare to fight.
But we will get to all of that next week. Yes, Blue, I'm hurrying. So I'm going to keep my stuff very brief. Thank you all very much for watching, being here, being part of my community is a huge compliment to me. And also thank you so much for all the new subs, the resubs. Subtober continues. It's been awesome. You guys are amazing. Thank you, DP, for the 2,000 bits and all the follows. You guys are awesome. Check out the schedule beneath the video for all the schedule stuff, so I don't need to do it verbally anymore. And the cool thing about that schedule is it will automatically convert it into your local time. So it tells you what shows are going to be on when, who the guests are going to be. It's an amazing extension, and I'm really glad I implemented it. I'm really, really enjoying using that. I find it's going to be very useful for keeping everybody on the same page. And I love all your beautiful faces, and we'll leave it at that. So we'll go to Joey first this time around.
Yay! Hi everybody. Sorry I didn't have a cam tonight. Didn't want to have to worry about my face cam. Wasn't feeling like having it up, but it was fun. My favorite part, I guess, I'd have to say, was definitely the conversations with Nyloth and all that. That was a lot of fun. Tomorrow I should be streaming on my channel. Tune into that, watch that, and then on Tuesday, Heroes of Enderbor on Barrow's Boys channel, our 99th episode. The group's descending down into to investigate a seepage from the Shadowfell. It's gonna be fun. Excited for it.
Seepage.
We have an awesome, massive update and announcement that'll be taking place for our 100th episode that I'm stoked about. And that's everything. Thank you guys. You're awesome.
Right on. And next we've got Lou.
I think my favorite part from the night was watching Trip pretty much gouge out Buckle's eye. Trying to assault my owl.
Leave that owl alone.
Right. The fucking shit had me like laughing. Like there's just a picture of like Trip trying to fucking throw a stick
and just nailed it.
I really liked when he woke up. He's like, "Why? You could have scared me half to death."
It's not your turn, Trip. You're wasting time. Buckle's tired. We gotta go.
But yeah. And that's pretty much all I got.
Okay. And next, Mr. Buckle. Or Senor Buckle.
Senor Buckle. I have nothing much to add besides that the last weekend of this month I'll be running a Weeby Goblins 5e, and it should be a lot of goofy fun. Not super serious, but it does have a lot of serious fun parts to it.
Nice.
So, I'm looking forward to that. I'm almost done getting all set up, so yeah, hooray for being on time for once. And that's it. I got nothing else. I'm not important.
Yes, you are. Follow all the things.
Thanks.
Ammo Bird and Trippenstein, the Murder Twins, can go in tandem.
Hi.
Hi. My favorite part was just silly RPing most of the night with everyone.
You guys needed one of those.
That was fun.
I enjoyed it, and like the cage, like I liked it all. I stream stuff and things at twitch.tv/Trippenstein, at Trippenstein on Twitter. Lots of Guild Wars 2. Tomorrow we're doing Divinity Originals into it. Benzyme and maybe Ewok.
Nice.
Yay.
All the things. Follow the links.
Links are in chat. I make things occasionally. Yay.
Ammo knits things. Follow her face.
I can show you what I made for Benzyme if he's not watching.
I don't know. You'll have to look at the viewer list. And last but certainly not least, Ewok.
Yo, favorite part tonight? Two parts. One, Buckle, Garrett almost losing an eye, and the subtle, awkward flyaways that me and Rick did.
It's delicious.
It's like a sombrero.
Kind of. An eggrero. I would totally eat a sombrero made out of egg, by the way.
But my
That's a
links are
lot
in
of
chat.
eggs.
Thank you, DP. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Time, I'm gonna do kind of a beginners D&D workshop for people.
Cool.
So if you're new to D&D and want to learn how to make a character and like just super basic rule sets, just show up.
Awesome. All right, that's going to wrap it up for us. I've got Whose Initiative Is It Anyway tomorrow night, so I'll definitely be streaming, and I will be tossing somebody a host afterwards, so make sure you show them some love as well. But once again, thank you all very much for being a part of my community and part of my day. I love you guys. Have a good night. Peace. See ya.
Picture me waving.
Bye-bye.